Yeah, mic check. Yeah, mic check. Okay. You know what? Old bro is live. Let me go see what old bro talking about.
Sounds like a Janet Jackson song. But what we're going to do is we are going to listen to uninterrupted some of the things that actually are taught by A1 and how he is a bold-faced liar. Now, where he gets these things, you know, could be from other people, and we know that they come from maybe one or two other people above him, but they're bold-faced lies. So I want to make sure that we hear this clearly, without interruption, without me cutting over or anything like that. I wanted to hear from the other side, and then I want to go into my discussion and my bill for the day. This is how I'm gonna do this. In the description of the video, there's 3 books that I am going to be coming from, right? And I thought I wasn't gonna have to bring one of these books out, but it's unfortunate that I have to bring out one of these books. So when we hear people say that life started in the Americas and that they paintbrushed history from one shade to another shade, I have to ask a question. Why would a people, and Peace Turtle, I see you in the chat, Desmond, what's good with both of you guys, salute. I have to ask the question, why would Europeans be so heavily invested in painting history? Why? To only come to the Americas, colonize it, spread their ignorance, and then teach about the Greeks and the Romans. Why? Why would they do that? If you look at the educational system in America, and when it's time to talk about history, they talk about the Greeks and the Romans. If they were black, why would they talk? Listen, touching this one, I don't want to mess your name up. I don't want you to be upset. I really don't care if you do get upset, but I'm just trying to be respectful right now.
Fuck his whole name.
Why would the Europeans come to America, colonize America, and then turn around and talk about the black people that y'all say was black, the white people that y'all say was black? Y'all said that the Greeks and the Romans and all them people in Europe were black. So why would they come to the Americas and teach about the blacks? Are you saying to us
he don't know what
that in the history of civilizations,
he just says it
and
loud.
we all know in the history of civilizations, the most prominent civilization that is discussed even till this day, and countries have modeled their civilizations after, in a sense, not directly anything like that. I'm not trying to just put it all on one thing, but I'm just saying, you know, there's some instances where you see some of the flamboyancy of ancient Kemet in these other areas. Why would they model themselves off of Africans? If they white too? So why, listen, if the white people was Africans, why wouldn't they just come to America and teach about Africa?
See, I just talked about A1.
Why gotta go
Slav shit.
to Europe? Why would they do that? Why skip over Africa?
I'm done being quiet with you niggas.
Because Egypt is the most talked about even till this day. They're still doing archaeological digs left and right in ancient Kemet. They're doing more digs in ancient Kemet than they are in any other place in the world. And if they Africans, why the hell they just ain't teaching that? Makes no sense.
None. A1 making shit up. He's not that bright. I don't know why the fuck.
Why skip over their own history? So I just got a lot of questions.
And they have no answers. I can answer your questions better than they can. And all my answers will debunk their bullshit. And one simple answer. They don't know what the fuck they talking about.
I want to try to understand psychologically where they're at mentally. Like if they grew up being beat by their mother or father, or group homes, in the jail systems, like mentally, how are you fixated with wanting to be something so fictitious?
Because they say the shit to people without having to look them in their eye
and then ignore evidence.
Because they don't have to look you in your face and tell you man to man. They don't, like, niggas ain't gonna lie in your face. They do that shit online.
So what up, Keenan? I'm gonna go ahead, man, and I'm gonna get this thing rolling, and I'm gonna do my best to shut up. I need to let this play for a little bit, and I'm gonna get into my spiel.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get into mine.
Please make sure that you're liking the stream, sharing the stream.
Whatever perspective he don't get right because he ain't as familiar with the indigenous aspect, I'll cover that.
Let's go.
That's how we work together.
We got parishes, not counties. We got parishes by the order of Rome, because when they changed the name to everything. If you go back to the 15 and 1400s, you'll see that Louisiana was Rome, not the area that they call Rome today.
Louisiana was Rome if you go back to the 15th century.
Wow. Louisiana was Rome.
Louisiana was Rome, y'all.
So, damn. So I was in
They
Louisiana.
Changed everything. You know what I'm saying? They took all our prominent blacks from back in the day, and they changed them to like they changed their likeness and all of that. They didn't just do it to Jesus, nigga. Like most people be like, oh, they changed Jesus from a black to a white man. Nah, nigga, it wasn't just that, brother. They did that to a lot of brothers. They turned Samson to Hercules. You know what I'm saying? You get Beowulf.
Look, it's even people of nowadays, brother, that they did in the 1900s with the people who they killed off on the Titanic. And these people took their names. They took their names.
I just found out that most of the prominent, most of the prominent people on the Titanic was actually blacks. Yeah. Nigga, I didn't know this. They killed off black millionaires with that shit.
Where did the Titanic lead from, Ali Bamu?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, brother, real quick.
I
want A1 to go in because I only learned this shit when they did the submarine shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how I found out. I only known about brothers being on the Titanic about 2 weeks now.
It left from New York. It left from New York. So it would have had J.P. Morgan Chase on it.
Titanic left from New York,
and they took Jacob Astor and all this other shit, bro. And they lie about all this shit. But look,
and every time you brother say New York, I'm gonna keep saying Oyster Island, because New York real name is Oyster Island or Old Amsterdam. That's why on the bottle, if you ever buy a bottle of New
it was New Netherlands first. New
York is Mahata.
Mahata. Okay.
Mahata. That's the real name of it.
Yeah.
And each of the 5 islands have different names. Mahata is New York City. When you go out on Long Island, that's Montauk.
No, it's not. That's one tribe.
When you go out to Staten Island area, that's Shinnecock.
No, it's not. Staten Island is on Long Island. Shinnecock is on Long Island.
Hey, one cooking. Hey, one cooking.
It's got different names. It's got different names. But these
niggas are fucking moron.
And so, if I was out, hold up, real quick.
A1, you're absolutely the fuck
wrong. I'm gonna play the video because I don't want to go back and forth because we know it's gonna be some other content to where we're gonna have to stop and we're gonna have to address.
Is wrong,
right? So
it's trash.
Even when you get into New York, they lying about everything. See? All that shit they lying about. Nobody sold.
How could the oldest civilization be primitive, man?
Yes. Go ahead, my brother. What you want to add to the
real quick, because I can't speak I just ran across something, just trying to do my due diligence, right? Like you said,
Montauk is not what we call Long Island.
And
one of the 13
tribes they got ship manifest.
Shinnecock is another.
These Europeans coming from England to the Americas. About millions
Wu-Tanger from Staten Island.
And they all labeled them as
Shinnecock. You're fucking confused.
Did you know that?
And that's coming. They not coming over here freely. They coming over here as Slavs, as servants.
See?
Nah, they called them pilgrims, yo. They didn't call them slaves.
But yo, check it though. Check it though.
They don't have to call them slaves.
Check it though. They came over here with hat in hand, right? And they put on that front
his intelligence,
like,
and that's wrong.
They just needed some help to get their situation under control. So us,
this nigga
being civilized people, we greet them like, yo, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? No different than our nature. We not racist as people. If somebody hurting, we gonna help out. You know what I'm saying? So when we did
talking
that,
about New York,
we helped those brothers get free from the situation that they was in, and they turned around and bit us in the ass.
Tell me I'm a liar.
You see what I'm saying? They didn't honor what they were supposed to honor, because if we own everything,
they can't honor nothing, brother. Listen, they ain't nothing. How somebody gonna come in your house and tell you what you gonna be doing?
Exactly.
That shit happened later on. That shit happened after they was
exactly, nigga. How you gonna come in our house and tell us what was going on? Exactly, nigga. You fucking hypocrite.
It didn't happen until later on, and they going back in history
from 1600s though.
Bro,
I can go back till the early 2000s.
I can show you in the 1680 that they brought Slavs over here to Virginia. You understand what I'm saying? These people were slaves. These people,
and the first amount, you still got the sign in Virginia today. The first amount was 26 or 27 or some shit like that. It wasn't even that many Africans, and it was white boys. But when you see African, we train to think that's us, right?
A Slav, listen, a Slav is every European ethnicity on the planet, nigga, or even the ones with dark hair who have our ancestry in them, right?
And where is your evidence?
Europeans, or what you think of Europeans? Or
where is your fucking evidence?
Slavics.
They call our name. Did you know that?
No.
You know they have their first and last name on there on the ship record, and they ain't got no Slav have a nut like that.
So what names? What kind of names they got?
Yeah. So. They got their names on here as John Black, William Black, James Blackburn. That's in the A. They got it in alphabetical order. In the B's, that's how they got it. In the A's, just to name a few: Daniel Abbott, Joe and Mary Abbott, Richard Abbott, Edward Abbott, Joe Abbott.
And where are they coming from again?
They're coming from many European nations, and they come from Europe, bro. They're coming from
Europe. What part in Europe? What part in Europe, though? What part?
All right, so some are coming from England, Plymouth. Okay. Now I know y'all heard this on the live stream, but I need y'all to really listen to this. He is about to take the information that I have and reverse it. He's never seen this information a day in his life.
Yep, that's what they
Remember, initially he just said that they were all Slavs, slaves. Watch what he does.
Okay. Let's keep it in English.
All right, London.
Okay.
Charles, England.
Okay.
Gravesend, England.
And it's telling you, and what is their ethnicity again?
Yeah, they're Europeans, yo. They got that.
Right. So you do know at that point in time, Europeans was niggas, right?
Well, you go in the 1600s. The source is from the early 1600s. He is saying that Europeans was Negroes in the 1600s. And that they come into America.
So I'm about to end all this fucking shit.
But remember, he also teaches that
who can read?
America is the birth of civilization.
Let's do this.
The dude who continues to talk is going to say, A1 taught me that. A1 taught me that. A1
do the reading
taught me
challenge.
That. When you slow it down, ladies and gentlemen, y'all know that I brought the source up 2 days ago, where they had the shipping manifest of these Europeans that made pilgrimage to the Americas. White people, Europeans. He just took my information that he's never seen before a day in his life.
That's what they do.
Called them black.
That's what they do.
Go to ancestry.com. They're white people.
And what is their ethnicity again?
Yeah, they're Europeans, yo. They got that.
Right. So you do know at that point in time, Europeans was niggas, right?
Well, you go to ancestry.com. They're white people.
Of course.
Well, that's what
of course.
Now y'all getting into the point that I was about to make earlier.
We get somewhere.
Now y'all getting to the point that I was about to make earlier.
And you hear the background noise. The other fools chimed in. Now we getting somewhere. How in the 1600s, when they are painting themselves, they have artistes painting descriptions of these people, showing us these people, and how did they become freaking black? How they become black, bro? In the 1600s.
A1 is the worst historian ever.
He never seen the source. How could he conclude that the mother freakers on the list that I had coming from European nations, making their pilgrimage, with them being called pilgrims, how could he, listen to me real closely, how could he make them black? What did they call Christopher Columbus? When we get to Thanksgiving, who are the pilgrims? Let me show y'all something.
Pilgrims were white folks. It was not black folks.
Who the hell y'all think are the pilgrims?
Ancestors were pilgrims.
Who the pilgrims?
They founded Gravesend, Brooklyn.
Did they forget? Let's just go to Wiki.
They were beefing with the Puritans.
A pilgrim is a traveler, literally one who has come from afar, who is on a journey to a holy place. Typically, this is a physical journey, often on foot to some place of significance, special significance to adherent of the particular religious belief system. In the spiritual literature of Christianity, the concept of pilgrim and pilgrimage may refer to the experience of life in the world, considered as a period of exile, or to the inner path of spiritual aspirant from a state of wretchedness to a state of beatitude. Now, it says considered as a period of exile, or to the inner path of spiritual aspirant. Pilgrims in the making of pilgrimages are common in many religions. Just look.
Now,
Tibetan pilgrim.
I can tie that into what he's talking about.
Notable pilgrims.
I can tie that into the Monmouth Patent, which was an agreement on these people to settle on our territory with the religious freedom, right? The
Y'all
people,
couldn't see it.
People who left out
there's
of
the images. This is what I read right here.
New England, right?
There's the Tibetan
the city on the hill,
other pilgrims,
which is where their pilgrimage was going.
Infamous pilgrims. They say even got Mansa Musa down here is making
to create a new
city.
The city on the hill, that's in New England. That's Plymouth Rock. That's them.
So how
the people they ran out of
when
there?
It says Hodge, that's the
Puritans ran out a small percentage of their people, and those are the people that came down and settled Gravesend, Brooklyn. I know the story because I'm a part of it.
The Pilgrims are also known as the Pilgrim Fathers, were to the English settlers who traveled to America on the Mayflower and established a Plymouth colony in the Plymouth, Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm. Plymouth, that's what I'm talking about, Plymouth. The people that settled Gravesend,
see what I'm saying?
And all that come from Plymouth because they left because
the man
Puritans was wild.
Some white people black at the sense of just saying, well, you know, they was black, right? And a panel just eats it up. When Turkey Day come around, the first thing that they say is the Pilgrims. The whole shit about Pilgrims. And the Pilgrims be these white people.
Yep.
He finna say that they just be lying, they just be making up shit, and it ain't white people, it's black people. Let's get into the show.
I gonna handle your business, brother.
Look, hey, look. The way we gonna do this over here, y'all, whoever want to address that, go ahead and address that. But we got to get back to the video because it's a lot of content that we gonna have to break down.
And you young brothers need to just calm a bit, chill yourself. Not just that A1 is trying to show this video. We understand it's exciting when you come into your awareness. In this community, there's a lot of veterans over here. So when you keep asking us, do we know, the reason we don't respond to you is that's old news, okay? What we're saying to you is, regardless of your coming into this knowledge currently, you are still amongst a minority numerically. I would argue it's less than 5%. Even if I would be conservative, be fair, that's 10%. That means 9 out of 10 people will be very dangerous to you.
They the 10%.
Careful.
You heard them?
On how you.
You just said they the 10%.
So you telling
suckers
me
of the poor.
That certain people are dangerous, but you motherfuckers are not dangerous?
No, they just told you they the 10% blood suckers of the poor. See, I got
like you trying to uproot me from Africa. Put me in the Americas,
he literally
and
just
then have me hijack another person's history, culture, experience. You want me to hijack someone else's experience to validate myself as something that I am not, and you don't call that dangerous? With absolutely no evidence. The only information, not evidence, the only information you have is reversing the evidence.
So real quick, not to interrupt this bill, but all mathematics speak to that. 5% of the population know the truth and teach it freely, right? Christ would have been 5% of the people. No matter what you call yourself, it's measured via your ways and actions. 5% of the population will tell the truth freely, not try to make any money off it, not try to create a following off it, none of that. Teach the truth for free. 10% of the population will hear that truth and create a situation where they can benefit off of it, and they will demand money. That's your priests, your politicians, right? You go to church, you got to kick money in. All these people are trying to extract money from you. That's the 10%, right? The 85% are the people who aren't thinking either way. They're just living. They're like the sheep. That's the population that the 5% and the 10% is fighting over, the minds of the 85, right? So this man said, we like the 5%. Then he corrected himself. He said, nah, really like the 10%. He's telling you straight up in math, and this math is beholding upon anything. If you go amongst the police force, you're going to find that there's a 5% of those people who are righteous people, want to do the right thing. There's 10% who are trying to benefit and control things, and then the 85ers that'll go whichever way you sway them. So that's the battle that's being fought between the 5% and the 10% over the 85ers. A1, all these people are 10%. They use that information to try to fucking mislead you so they can control you. And my dude just gave the mathematics up. He literally just said it. And if you understand that spiritual thing, like, you can't get around this shit. You can't get around this type of you can't get around these mathematics. It's like the wind that blows. It's inherent in everybody. You just got to know how to see it. That man just revealed himself.
We just got a clear-cut example of reversing evidence on the panel when I offered up people, Europeans from European nations making pilgrimage to the Americas in the 1600s, and the brother said, well, you know, they was black at that time. In the 1600s, we got hella white people in Europe at this time, bro.
So once again, I got to shut it down, right? He's talking about the people who came to the Americas in the 1600s. We're talking about Plymouth Rock. We're talking about the first Europeans that landed in the New World and started to establish actual cities. When they're talking about that pilgrimage was to Plymouth or New England, and they built a city on the hill. That was Plymouth. All right. Please pull your history books out and look at this shit. So those people that were up there were living amongst the Puritans, who were the fucking extremists. So you had extremists, and then you had the other people. They're all pilgrims because they're all making a pilgrimage to this new city they're going to build in a new life. But the extremists, who we call the Puritans, ran the other ones out. The other ones ended up coming into Connecticut. Then from Connecticut, they came down into what we call Long Island, or what is really Brooklyn, and they established one of the first places out here called Gravesend, Brooklyn, which was the progenitor of Coney Island. When you get off the N train, the last stop on the N train is Stillwell Avenue. When you're heading into Coney Island, into the park, you walk down Stillwell Avenue. Stillwell is a family that came on the fucking Mayflower. They're the Steeles from Wales, and they became the Stillwells when they got to the Americas. They also helped find the first, they founded the first establishments in what we call Brooklyn, Gravesend and Coney Island, right? You can look up Mary Stillwell, right? The Stillwells married into a group of Lenapes named the Skank. That's one of my family, one of my lines. So these people that this motherfucker is telling you is white, some of them are my fucking actual ancestors. And when you look through it, go look up Mary Stillwell. You're going to find out Mary Stillwell owned she didn't own her. She had in their census records, right? Not U.S. Census. This is way before that. She had the records of her, the woman that lived with her, and she was recorded as a free woman of color, right? Woman from Senegal. She died like over 100. Basically, she was their lifelong servant. All the shit is documented. So them people that came here was not black, and they had people from West Africa, indentured servants with them. The Dutch was dealing with indentured servitude. This is before chattel slavery. So they had niggas with them. I'm a part of all that. I'm a part of them motherfuckers. I'm a part of the Lenape because they all came and was intermixing. These niggas don't know what they're talking about. A1 is lying. It's fucking lying. Word is bond. Word is bond. Anybody want to debate me and want me to show them the information, I'll do it. But if Dane Calloway is asking for shit to lie to you, how much am I deserving of to tell you the fucking truth? See, I'm 5%, bro. But all you motherfuckers understand is this paper. So if I don't show you paper, or I don't show you some fucking some shit that come off of this, if I don't show you I'm blood sucking you, y'all don't believe it. So I'm gonna share this truth for you. But if you niggas want me to start busting out the proof, anything I say, you could actually go look up and you'll find it to be true. But if you want me to sit up here and do some fucking long ass demonstration and I ain't nothing, I'm not getting nothing out of it, it yields nothing, fuck that, put some money on the table. And I'll destroy any of these motherfuckers. Literally drag them through the street. They have it only sounds good to people who don't know what they're talking about. To those of us connected to these families and this reality, we just looking like this shit is crazy. Some nigga yesterday gonna say Two Hawks is not teaching about Metamora, the last of the Wampanoag. And then he tries to say Metamora means Mother God. And of course, he's trying to connect Metamora to who? The Moors. So he's trying to insinuate that Two Hawks isn't teaching about Metamora because it'll connect the Wampanoag to the Moors. And I don't know what the fuck this nigga's doing. Metamora, the last of the Wampanoag, was a play written by a white man. And it was written about a character who was supposed to be the last of the Wampanoag. Why? Because that's a spell that they cast upon motherfuckers, upon the general public by creating all these. He's the last of this. He's the last of that. Right? They did the same shit to my uncle, put out a big newspaper report in 1976, right? In honor of the bicentennial, right? And they did this big article on my uncle and they titled it Last of the Lenape. Now, this nigga got sisters, brothers, kids, grandkids. They're going to call this nigga the last of the Lenape because they're casting a spell upon the general public to say there's no more Indians around. So this play that was created and that was debuted in New York City in 18-something was just that. It was a part of a psy-op operation to tell all these white folks wasn't no Indians around. So they had a play called The Last of the Wampanoag. And this dumb nigga fell for it. And then he's going to question, why isn't Two Hawks teaching about Metamora? Because it's a fucking play that a white man wrote. Got nothing to do with no Indian shit, nigga. Stupid. Fuck is the matter with you dumbass niggas? Then I'm supposed to respect you. And then you gonna come back and get all mad because I exposed your dumbass thought process, right? I don't know you. You could be a great person, but your thought process fucked up and it's malicious. See right through your shit. You niggas transparent. You don't tell the truth, but you transparent in how you fucking lie. We already know you ain't got no good in your heart. So as far as we're concerned, it is what it is. It been up. Fuck all you niggas. Yeah.
Been for at least 17,000 years or a little bit more than that. What are we talking about? So we're gonna make these Europeans the minority all over the world. Listen, we understand that melanated people populated the globe, but when you say melanated people populated places, it is not necessarily meaning that they all were dark-skinned. It is different. When you say melanated, there is shades, brother. The Indians we see today are melanated. Are they Negroes? No. Japanese, Chinese, Koreans. We see these people. Even some Europeans, Portuguese, Spaniards, even some Greeks and some Romans.
Listen to this shit. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What
are we doing here, man?
I don't know how you niggas be coming in here with this fucking Euro census shit. Census says Indians are Moors and Turks. Okay, what the fuck did the Indians say? What do the Moors and what do the Turks say? Okay, we know what the white boy says. Siberian Pale Indians are Turks. Who the fuck says that? The Turks, like Turks? Oh my God, what is the matter with these niggas? The Indians that you call Siberians were here before the Turkish Empire ever existed. What the fuck is you talking about? Unless you're just reflecting what they're saying, and if you are and you're speaking for them being sarcastic, then pardon me. But if you're trying to interject that into the conversation as if it's serious, come on, this is the shit I'm talking about. That better not be a real point of contention. Not here. That shit might work in the moron class, in the blue room. But we know motherfuckers ain't Siberian. Being pale don't mean shit because the fucking Khoisan are fucking light-skinned people. Like, what the fuck do pale got to do anything? That's all bullshit. Exactly. Siberians didn't exist during Beringia. None of that shit. It's all bullshit. It's all they little spin. Pardon me. So pardon me if you just being sarcastic. I get it. I'm a sarcastic nigga. But online, it's hard to tell if a motherfucker being sarcastic when you just reading their little thing. So pardon me. Pardon self. But yeah, these motherfuckers, echo chamber, then they get to their spot. And when they get to that spot, that's when they want to take a shot, but they want the shot to be uncontested. Nah. Fuck that. Nigga, all your shots getting contested if you come around here. I'm swatting everything. You're not getting a clean shot off around this motherfucker. Yeah, we chilled for a minute. Let these people figure they was going to figure it out. Now they just getting more bold. It's crazy when you hear somebody trying to attach themselves or try to speak for your family history. That shit crazy. It's insane. And people think because they read it as general history, they think it's just up for grabs in this general history. No, it ain't. You start talking about things that happen to certain tribes, them things really happen to certain tribes who really are families. And y'all just forget that shit. Families got their right to tell their own story and not have to fucking correct other people who's just speculating.
But you're going to say that other people are dangerous. No, what you're doing is dangerous because you're subjecting your ignorance onto a people who don't have the compensity to be able to distinguish
Asiatic
right from wrong,
just
left
means
to
the
right,
body
up from down,
represents the land. That's Masonic conversation. That come out of the Nation of Islam. Asia is the body, Attic is the mind.
And you share this
body
information even amongst your own immediate family members. Now, A1, in answering your question, because there's a documentary that's out right now on YouTube. This John Jacob Astor.
My people are.
This Astor family, they are trying to prove to you are white with these white descendants. So could you please share that with these young brothers about the whitewashing that we don't seem to be clearly understanding, and even these European names they want to try to tell you is your slave masters, they originated in the Americas. Go ahead, bro.
I'm about to get it back into the video. I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to get back into the video. In the 1600s, who you think is Europeans is white people. I mean, black people. Now, a lot of them are fleeing persecution.
And that's why they call them pilgrims. Go ahead.
And that's an exception to the rule.
That we don't seem to be clearly understanding. And even these European names they want to try to tell you is your slave masters, they originated in the Americas. Go ahead, bro.
All right, so that whole right there, if you go watch the build I did in 2000, I think it was 2015, That's when I put motherfuckers up on these names might not be slave names, right? I spoke how they could be locational, descriptional, or occupational, right? So it doesn't mean that the names originated here. It means that this is common all over the world amongst indigenous cultures. And guess what? Even Europeans and white people come from indigenous ancestry. So it's common for you to name something based on its function, its appearance, or its location. So you'll have families that are called the Birches, right? Because they lived in forests, in the forest that had birch trees, right? You'll have these are locational names, right? The Hills. Well, them they lived up there by the hill. Those are the Hills. The Fishers. Oh, them niggas, yeah, they live by the water. They be fishing all the time. They're the Fishers. See what I'm saying? These names are just locational names. So these are the things that I was telling people, right? But it don't mean that Fisher is an indigenous word or an indigenous identity. It means that these other people who have a tradition similar to what all indigenous people have, right? So all language kind of develops the same, meaning when we see things, we initially describe them or we tell their function, right? Then eventually those things take on a name, right? Like astronaut. But really it's astro, meaning stars, right? And naut probably come from navigation, right? But we just go astronaut, not knowing that it's actually a group of words in an ancient language that we're saying, but now we've created the word astronaut that encompasses that idea. See what I'm saying? But it's really a descriptive term. That's how languages work. So these people would ascribe their descriptive or location or occupational names upon us. Person that made clothes, they call them a tailor, because that's what they did in their culture. So it's not that these names originate here. It's just that these names were attached to you because they were one of three: descriptional, locational, or occupational. Or it could have just actually been the slave master's fucking name. Right? But that's 4 possibilities. It's not one formula that means your name is an ancient Indian name or some shit. I don't know where the fuck they be going with that shit.
I'm about to get it back into
these damn European names didn't originate. Man, come on, man. God damn, man. The fuck? These people are coming from a different country with these names. What are we talking about?
Yep.
They're coming from another country with these names. They already got these names. When they get to America, they're already Abigail Scott.
Yep.
James Stuyvesant. They're already Maxwell Hillingsworth. All these weird ass European names.
Because the names represent their locations.
What are we talking?
And the communities they come from.
to the video. I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to get back into the video. In the 1600s, who you think is Europeans is white people. I mean, black people. Now, a lot of them are fleeing persecution of
that we don't
listen to this fool. A lot of the people that you see in the 1600s are black people. They are fleeing persecution. From what, nigga?
That's a half truth. Those is white.
So they just gonna get on a boat?
Fleeing persecution. That's what I mean. They tell half
like
truth.
The people that they're fleeing from don't know that it's boats taking people to the Americas. So while they fleeing from persecution, the police and the people over there that want these people, they're just ignorant. They ain't gonna go to America. That's the dumbest. Bro, listen. Throughout history, there's examples of them knowing what people are going to do before they're going to do it because they have these think tanks, right? What the hell is a flight risk? Listen, bro, people was escaping and runaway. What is runaway slaves? Like, they knew this stuff already throughout history. Why in the hell would they not think that they just flee to America? Like, police ain't down there on those docks already as it is, bro. Or them motherfuckers ain't snitching on each other. Come on, bro. Come on. Listen, man. You sound stupid.
Don't seem to be clearly understanding. And even these European names they want to try to tell you is your slave masters, they originated in the Americas. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to get it back into the video. I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to get back into the video. In the 1600s, who you think is Europeans is white people. I mean, black people. Now, a lot of them are fleeing persecution of.
Okay, so check it out. So this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. He's talking about a situation that did occur. Okay, good for you, A1. You're talking about a situation that did in fact occur. So I'm going to give you context around that situation, right? And I'm going to give you context that I'm connected to. So I'm not just introducing information to you to sound like I'm smart and I know what I'm talking about. I'm going to show you information that is going to empower my story. That's going to allow me to go deeper into this. All right. So let me hold on. I got to get this. Hold up. What the fuck is going on? No, I don't want that. Wait a minute. What did they share this? Oh, okay. All right, so here we are. Here we are. This is called the Monmouth Patent. Monmouth Patent. Monmouth County history. Monmouth County is where I grew up. Grew up in Red Bank, New Jersey, in Tinton Falls, right? And my part of my family is from Middletown, New Jersey, right? So historically, my family, both my African family and my native family, historically, our roots are the area that is called Tinton Falls, New Jersey. All right, that's our historic roots. As Africans, that's the first place we came to. Our oldest ancestor settled in Monmouth County, an African man. All right, married a woman who was Dutch and Indian. Right. So let me get into this Monmouth Patent. This is everything they're talking about, this is the reality of it. On April 8th, 1665, the English deputy governor of New Amsterdam, Colonel Richard Nichols, granted 12 white men, there you go, granted 12 white men, mostly Quakers from Long Island, the patents for a triangular parcel of land called the Monmouth Patent, also known as the Navesink Tract. What is the name of my tribe? The Navesinks. Okay, I can get another book, historical reference that speaks to that, right? That find this in books, talking about my direct family being Navesinks, being the last of the Navesinks remaining in the area, right? So the Monmouth Patent, also known as the Navesink Tract. This tract of land would later become Monmouth County, New Jersey. So let's get back to it. Granted 12 white men, mostly Quakers. So this Monmouth Patent was issued to 12 white men. The Monmouth Patent is noteworthy because it codifies religious freedom in the colony 100 years before the Bill of Rights hold up. What are we talking about here? The Monmouth Patent is noteworthy because it codifies religious freedom in the colony 100 years before the Bill of Rights. I don't know if y'all get what that is saying and what it's ensuring people, right? Religious freedom, freedom to be you. Why? Because these people are coming from places where they were not allowed to be, not even up in New England, in Plymouth, because the Puritans were so radical. So these people had to leave there. So they were fleeing Europe because of religious persecution. And then when they got to the Americas, because they had been persecuted so much, they turned into radicals. And then a part of that group broke off from them at Plymouth and came down and settled other areas. Okay? This is who these white people are that came into Monmouth. They're the same people that got off the fucking that got off of the Mayflower. Same families. These are white people. WHITE, no slick shit, no white means black. No, you can't get me with the fucking free white persons because I'll break all that shit down for you and break your niggas' hearts. Tom is motherfucking petty. That's where we at now. All right. So the Monmouth Patent is noteworthy because it codifies religious freedom in the colony 100 years before the Bill of Rights, but it also essentially established slavery as the basis for economic development of the region and began the process of displacement of indigenous inhabitants. So twofold, it worked two ways, right? Us giving these Europeans the right to settle with religious freedom, also in a way okayed them coming into our territory with slaves, and that was wrong. And I'm a product of that. All right. They should have said whatever the case was. I don't know, who knows, Monday night quarterback, but this is the case, right? So it's good and bad to all this shit. This is what real life is. All right. So the Monmouth Patent extended from Sandy Hook to the mouth. What they're saying is the Monmouth Patent allowed these settlers to come in with slaves. That's what it's saying. All right. And that process is the process that began the displacement of the actual Indians as well. So basically, Indians were probably too generous. All right. The Monmouth Patent extended from Sandy Hook to the mouth of the Raritan River, upstream approximately 25 miles, and then southeast to Barnegat Bay. Now it talks about the Raritan River. The Navasink Indians are Raritan Indians. Okay, so there goes another that's connecting this conversation, right? Also, Sandy Hook, that's where my mother grew up. My mother was raised in Sandy Hook. My family had been living in Sandy Hook since the fucking early 1900s. They moved from Red Bank to Sandy Hook. It's called Seabright. That's where my mom literally grew up, in Seabright. Sandy Hook is the beach area. This is where everything was going on. This is where they had a camp where when they were capturing British when they were capturing the Continental Army, the revolution. They had a camp out there during the revolution. All right. It was first known as Navasink, likely after a band of Lenape people who inhabited the area, and established into the settlement of Middletown and Shrewsbury, and later as Monmouth County. It was one of the first 4 counties in the proprietary East Jersey colony, along with Bergen, Essex, and Middlesex. It is thought that calling the region Monmouth originated from the Rhode Island Monmouth Society, a group of investors who helped fund the purchase of the land, or from a suggestion from the settler Colonel Lewis Morris. Lewis Morris was the person who brought the slaves in. He was the slave trader in the territory, right? And he brought all the slaves into the Tinton Falls Manor, and that's where they processed the slaves. Colonel Lewis Morris. They were from Barbados, but they're originally from Wales. All right, Lewis Morris, that the county should be named after Monmouthshire in Wales, Great Britain. Other suggestions included that it was named for James Scott, first Duke of Monmouth, 1649 to 1685, who had many allies along the East Jersey leadership. So Monmouth, Jersey, all these names are foreign names that they placed on indigenous land, right? The 12 patentees of Monmouth were William Goulding, these are white people, look them up, Samuel Spicer, Richard Gibbons, Richard Stout, that is Penelope Stout's family. If you ever heard the story of Penelope Stout, this is a family who basically, she arrived on a ship, is shipwrecked, and a group of Lenape found them and slaughtered all of them. She's the only one that lived. That's who Penelope Stout is. She's somehow connected to Richard Stout. She's a part of that family, right? You have James Grover, John Boone, James Tilton, right? Nathaniel Sylvester, right? William Reap, Walter Clark, Nicholas Davis, and Obadiah Holmes. Holmes is one of my family names. So this family right here, we probably somehow we intermarried into these people. Because I have Holmes in my line, and I have people who are buried in the Holmes cemetery that are my direct lines. Right? So all these people were intermarrying amongst the Indians and amongst the Africans, or at least having babies with them. The patent was recorded in the office of the Recorder of New York, November 8th, 1665. It was the first such legal document recorded in the archives of the state of New Jersey in Trenton, as well as Monmouth County records in Freehold. Right? So this patent sits in not only Albany, but it also sits in New Jersey, as well as the Monmouth County records in Freehold. All right. The issuing of the Monmouth Patent came during a period of nearly continuous warfare and strife between England and the Netherlands. From 1610 to 1673, there were 3 separate Anglo-Dutch wars, and control over New York, New Jersey region changed hands several times. The Dutch had claimed and settled New Netherlands based on the explorations of Henry Hudson, who had been working for the Dutch West India Company when he first came to the Raritan Bay in 1609. So the first European murdered on these lands happened when Henry Hudson settled in Sandy Hook, and one of the Navasinks killed one of his sailors who tried to come on shore, shot him in the neck with an arrow. Right? That was a Navasink that did that. The English believed that they had a prior claim for the exploration of John Cabot in the 16th century. So this goes on just to give you all the details, right? But I want to get to the part that really explains what it was really about, where it talks about the religious freedom. It's something great you would want to go read if you really want to understand a lot of the things that was going on today. Let me see. Were the Lenape treated fairly? In 1665, no white person lived in what is now Monmouth County. A group of men from Long Island visited the Raritan Bay region and had designs on settling the coastal area around Sandy Hook. Before issuing a patent, Governor Nichols wanted to hear personally from the Lenape sections that this was an amicable arrangement and that they had been paid in full. Accordingly, a group of would-be patentees and sections went to New York City to meet with the governor. After receiving the assurance he deserved, Governor Nichols was prepared to grant the patent. The narrative of sequence of events suggests that the Lenape were treated fairly in the transaction. That's not how they view it. The official position of the tribe today is, our ancestors were asked to sign treaties giving up the land, but they had no idea they were actually selling land any more than you would think someone could sell air, which is true. The belief was that all land was put here by the Creator for us by his children, and that you should not be stingy with it. The Lenape of those days thought they were granting the Europeans use to the land for a while. They in turn received gifts for the use of the land like rent. Only later did they come to understand the European concept of private land ownership, and that's very true. So, all right, so I want to get to the part where part of the agreement was that these Europeans could have religious freedom. The Patanese, mostly Quakers, some of whom had experienced persecution for their beliefs, requested that the legal document that would form the Monmouth Patent include a guarantee of unrestricted religious tolerance for settlers under it. The language wrote, "Any and all persons who shall plant and inhabit in any of the land aforesaid, that they shall have free liberty of conscience without any molestation or disturbance whatsoever in their way of worship." All right. But the document also requires settlers to maintain an able servant or two such weaker servants, and additional acres were granted to settlers with more servants. The government intent was to develop the land, not merely transfer title. Servants were helped to build homes, clear land, cut wood, plant and harvest crops, tend livestock, forage for food, and so on. So that's what one of my grandfathers was doing. All right. So it's going to break it down even further, and it's going to show that of the 12 white men, some Indians were enslaved, but over time, Black Africans were increasingly violently exploited as the main labor force for practice of enslavement that continued in Monmouth County for 200 years. So the Monmouth Patent reveals the conflicting values of colonial settlers seeking a better life, and these early residents have been celebrated ever since as our area's founding fathers. Less well appreciated is the human price paid by others, especially by Blacks and Indians, whose forced sacrifices were crucial to the success of the new settlement. Now, what they're talking about and what's happening with my family's burial ground is one and the same. Those Indians and Blacks that helped build Monmouth County, right? When we talk about foundational people, those people are the actual people that are buried in those burial grounds. Those are the actual people that are buried in the burial grounds. All right. Yeah, we don't need to deal with none of the bullshit. So when we talk about when these people try to push off and try to say that these people that came here, these Europeans, were Black folks, they were not. They were absolutely white folks. I know where these fucking white folks are buried. I'll take you to the fucking cemeteries. Like, what are you talking about? These people are lying. Their families still exist now, and they're just as white now as they were then. And if you have homes in your family and you from out here, then it's a part of that. Like that, this shit ain't as hard as people think. You just got to know who your lines are. You got to know where your people was at. All right. So, anybody else want to look deeper into the Monmouth Patent? Go look into that. And that'll not only does it break down to 12 people, but after that, those 12 patentees, people that were on the Monmouth Patent, they then sold off, they parceled their land and they sold it to even more people. One of the people who bought a small tract in the Monmouth Patent was a man by the name of William Penn. And this is before William Penn was in Pennsylvania. Because all these people are really coming out of these people who come from fucking off the Mayflower. They're the families. They're the descending families, of which I'm one of those lines. I have one of those lines in my ancestry as well, the Stillwells. And that's just real life. Why? Because we was really attached to this shit. We was really a part of what was going on. We played a pivotal role in it. So let me get back to that.
Christianity, right? A lot of them, right? But there are some exceptions.
And that's why they call them pilgrims. Go ahead.
And that's an exception to the rule, right? But understand this, right? The Europeans that came in were Slavics. They were Slavics. They weren't even calling them Europeans at that point in time because they weren't no citizens of nowhere. They're not indigenous nowhere. That's why when they came here, they're not indigenous. But what happened is that, let's get into the video.
Yo, this motherfucker's lying. Them people that came here were wealthy people who were getting run out of fucking Europe. Everything real. The people who came here were wealthy people who were getting run out of Europe because of their religious beliefs. That's why they came here. That's why they was able to get boats and do the shit they was doing. Like, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. These people came here to build a better life for themselves. They wasn't no fucking Slavs. These people are people who are fucking leaving castles behind. All you got to do is check the fucking European coat of arms. What are you talking about? All these fucking people have coat of arms that go back to castles. Free white person is a naturalized citizen. That's all it is. It's a status under the Naturalization Act, just like freedmen is a status under the Naturalization Act. When they brought them people who were once citizens of Indian nations and they brought them into the United States, they brought them into the United States as freedmen. When they brought Europeans, right? When they brought Eastern Europeans into the United States and they gave them citizen rights, this is in 1871 Naturalization Act. That's when they created free white persons, and they had a specific requirements for these people who could come into the United States as free white people. And all those requirements excluded anybody of Moorish ancestry, any type of ethnic ancestry. And I got to build on that I can go through that'll body all these niggas' claims about what free white persons is. Yeah, they got it all fucked up. They got it all fucked up. We've been doing other things, getting our families together, right? Handling business, tying ourselves into the shit we got to tie into. They ain't had time to really address all this, but now we doing something else. We handle a lot of business. Now we trying to build up this. That's peace. And my ancestors from Senegal as well. When you're ready to have a mature conversation, we can have a mature conversation, bro. But I'm not with all that fuck shit, bro, because I got real shit on the plate. You understand? Like, we really doing business with people from Senegal. We're not playing no games. So if you want to have a real conversation, that's peace. But if you coming with that shit I've been hearing you with, I'm not interested in a bit. Like, not in the least.
We can get back to that, man. Peace to God, peace to God.
Peace.
Okay, so let me deal with that. That's another thing. Hypocritical shit. This nigga said peace to the gods. Why this nigga keep saying peace to the gods? Are you 5%? Do you have your lessons? What's your attribute? My attribute is now understanding God Allah. I got my lessons in 90. I keep hearing you say peace to the gods. Who the fuck is you? What community you come from? We get back to the same questions. I'm from Rule Born. I'm from Red Bank, New Jersey. You can ask any of the gods in Red Bank about me. And they all gonna say, yeah, we know the God. Yeah, the God was out there. The God ball. The God did music. The God was smart. The God be with these gods, born savior. Knowledge born. Like, come on, we can go through it. You saying peace to the gods? What community you come from? A 5%. What gods are staying with you? Because you keep saying peace to the gods. Now, if you had your lessons, right? What is student enrollment lesson number 3? Because you keep saying peace to the gods. Keep hearing the black man is God, and that don't come out of anybody's doctrine but the 5%. Nobody talked that shit before the 5% nation, before Father Allah. Nobody talked the black man was God. It was blasphemy. You didn't say you was God. 5% gave people that. So you saying peace to the gods, and you keep trying to act like you with that, like you a part of that. So what is student enrollment lesson number 3? Student enrollment lesson number 3. What's the total population of the original nation in North America and all over the planet Earth? What's the total population of the original nation in North America and all over the planet Earth? That's student enrollment lesson number 3. Before you even get your math, you got to go to the enrollment. And that's the question. The answer is the total population of the original nation in North America is 17 million, plus the 2 million Indians, thus making the total population 19 million in North America and 4,400,000,000 all over the planet Earth. Now, that was the math back then. Now, you'd have to bring it up to date to be completely right and exact, but I'm giving you the example that in our mathematics it said those Indians is the original people. In the mathematics it say we the Asiatic black man, say we came from Asia. So how you running around calling each other God using that terminology, and you ain't even in tune with the fucking science because you're a fucking hypocrite. All these niggas keep exposing themselves because they just saying shit that they not true to. You can't say peace to the gods, then go outside of the mathematics. That's the 5%. That's what it's built on, mathematics. It's not built on what you think or how you feel. It's not a religion, it's math. All you can do is add or subtract, but it's got to be real math. It's not built on opinion. None of this shit is built on opinion, but everything you say is built on how you feel about shit. Nigga told me, I feel with my hands. Fuck is you niggas talking about? But motherfuckers don't know because this shit is all cool and it's like a part of the fucking mainstream culture now. Word is bond, he will not go to the Allah school in Harlem talking peace to the gods, then start building on the shit he be building on. The gods will run him the fuck up out of there. You think I'm playing? It's videos online of niggas coming up around the gods, teaching some shit that ain't a part of the math. And the gods bombing these niggas out right now to this day. Still, that culture's still there. I could go around the gods. I'm going to go through the math with them, let them know who I be, let them know what community I come from. And it's all peace. And then I'm going to tell them the advanced lessons that I've come across. You understand? I'm gonna show them proof for it. Yeah, God. God said we the Asiatic black man, God, the original man. Yeah, God. I'm Lenny Lenape, God. You know what that mean? I mean the original people. And we come from Asia. This shit all right and exact with the math. Fuck y'all niggas talking about. Not because we got it from the math. The math is the math. It speaks to the history. You just got to know how to read that shit. Yeah, my people from Senegal, they from Senegal too. And we got a treaty with the state of the African diaspora out of Senegambia. And we have a festival coming up August 18th, 19th, and 20th in Providence. We're going to have delegates from Africa flying in, and we're going to be celebrating the fact that we are now getting down with each other, and we're going to be able to make agreements and treaties and start getting into economics and things of that nature. Start developing ourselves where we ain't got to ask these motherfuckers here for no handouts. We don't want nothing from the federal government. We're going to build relationships with our brothers and sisters on the other side of the fucking water. That's what we doing. And I got these weird niggas motherfucking talking shit on my name. These niggas don't want it with us, bro. They all clowns. They all full of shit. We just been sitting back doing what we do. These niggas talking shit. We up in the UN. I don't know what you niggas, I don't know what game y'all playing. These niggas is up here talking about the UN. We up in the UN as nations. And ain't nobody in the UN talking about people. Hi, my name is such and such. You ain't got no name in the fucking UN unless you a part of a nation. If I want to talk to you, nigga, I'm talking to your sovereign. Who is here representing your nation? You ain't up in there as A1. Yeah, I'm A1. Yeah, I got some niggas on YouTube I speak for. Get your motherfucking ass out of here. You better join an organization. Guess who got an organization that can attend the UN? Guess who got a fucking organization that can attend the UN? Fucking Ali Muhammad. This nigga's honor shit is registered at the UN as a fucking indigenous organization, not a nation. Difference. How do I know? Because my people are registered with the UN. So I can go on there right now and go look up all the people who are registered with the UN, which means they're eligible to attend UN meetings. What happens at the UN meetings? What happens at the UN? Does anybody know? UN is like Shark Tank. If you got some good ideas, this motherfucker's that'll fund your shit. That's what the UN is. It's fucking Shark Tank. Ain't an abo in sight. It's abos there, real Australian motherfucking aborigines. It's real people in there. Like these people up here slandering us and we doing real things. And guess what? Whether I like a nigga like A1 or Dane Calloway, these niggas, every place I show my face, them niggas come with me, unfortunately. Because when they see my black face, they see every other black face. So what's that mean? When you niggas is talking all this crazy shit and they see me, they identify us with that. So before we can have real fucking conversations with these people, we got to fucking wade through that. Niggas looking at us like we some fucking abos up in here. So what it is, niggas is crabs in a barrel, climbing up out the fucking barrel, and a nigga who didn't even realize he's in a barrel finally realizes it, and now he want to pull the motherfucker that's just about up out the barrel. But y'all don't understand how this shit work. Because see, the nigga that get up out the barrel, all he do is turn around and he reach back into the barrel and he pull the next motherfucker out. And they just keep doing that so everybody get out the barrel. But a nigga got to get out the barrel. So you motherfuckers be saying, why can't you represent all the nations? Because it don't work that way. Nigga don't be in the UN representing all the nations. Motherfucker said last night, I'm trying to speak for all American Indians. You can't speak for all American Indians. The same way you niggas be shitting on Pan-Africanism, which is all African, pan, all, spans both sides. You pan left, pan right, right? How you going to condemn Pan-Africanism, but you going to sit up here and say you want to speak for all the Indians? So you a Pan-Indian. Well, guess what? All the Indians don't need you speaking for them, just like all the Indians don't need me speaking for them. So you won't hear me talking about no other people. I won't even talk about other Lenape tribes when it comes to certain information because it's not for me to speak about. These niggas want to be the masters of all the Indians. I'm trying to speak for all the Indians. Well, nigga, all the Indians don't even speak the same language. How the fuck you speaking for all of them? And you don't know none of the languages. You don't even know your own people. So you don't even listen. If a nigga don't know his own language, he don't know history. Trust me. That history is not inside of these motherfucking books. If these niggas don't know their own language, if they haven't begun to even try to access their own language, they don't know their history because their history is encoded in the language. That simple. Languages that are descriptive. Think about it. The languages are descriptive, right? Occupational, and location based, that means the complete truth exists within the expression. Right? What you call an astronaut, an indigenous motherfucker might say, oh, that's a man that goes up in space. See how clear that is? What's an astronaut? Oh, that's a man that goes up in space. Then you're like, oh shit, that's indigenous talk. Sound ignorant, but it ain't. It's just real. It's like, astronaut. Astro means stars. Not means to navigate. And you're like, oh, what the fuck that mean? Indigenous woman be like, oh, that's a man that go up in space. That's how old indigenous southern motherfuckers talk. But that's the indigenous part of it. It ain't the fucking language. It ain't the words. It's how they use them, how they express them. That's what we talk about when we talk about hip hop. Hip hop ain't what you do, it's how you do it. So I can hear indigenous people speak, and I can hear when they authentic, even when they speak English, because I hear the concept and how they put the words together. It's all descriptive, right? Locational or occupational. It's simple talk. So you can't talk with a forked tongue when you fucking everything you talking about, you describing damn near. Ain't no fucking misconceptions of what it is, because this word can be used multiple times. Here, here, here. There, there, there. No. These languages are fucking precise. You got 3 different words for what you would consider the same words. Like, is an orange because it's orange, or is an orange because it's orange? I'll wait. That's what language do. That's what English do. Is an orange because it's orange, or is an orange because orange is orange? And can you eat an orange? Mm-hmm. Bro, we've been on point, bro. We've been on point for like 15, 20 years. We got no need to lie to motherfuckers. We tied in. If anything, we've been trying to help people understand it, and these weirdos been misleading everybody. Got niggas talking about fucking Mayans and Olmecs, and your family ain't got shit to do with these motherfuckers. So just think this. Yeah, they told me it was orange, and that's all they can get past. They can't even get to the bottom of it. But listen, just imagine this. This is what the 10% do. You enroll in college, and you sit down with your fucking counselor. He says, what do you want to do? You're like, I don't know. I want to study this. I want to study that. Well, what do you like? Oh, I like this. I like that. So your first whole fucking year in college, you're studying shit you like. You don't know what the fuck you want, and you done wasted a whole year and money in college. Now you a freshman, you got some credits, but you ain't even in your field yet. Now, by the time you decide what you want to do, you in your junior year. Get your dumb ass up out of here. You better get you some general education degree, nigga. You done fucked up. Or you're going to be in school longer, because by the time you figure out what you want, now all them classes that you took don't even fucking can't be even applied to this. So now you in school even longer. And who's getting it? People you getting this money from, right? Or you go in and you know exactly what you want, and you focus, and you're not taking classes because, oh, I like this. If that shit ain't a part of my degree and ain't going to advance me in the direction I'm moving, I'm not fucking putting that in my curriculum unless I have to. Niggas got y'all with all types of shit in your curriculum that you're so confused that you don't even know where to look. So you got to keep coming back to these niggas, hoping they're going to fucking give you a clue. That's why they talk about your family and they show you fucking Mayan codexes. What type of misdirection shit is this? And y'all talk about New York niggas? These niggas will tell you, beat you in the head about genealogy, then do a whole lecture on a motherfucker that ain't got nothing to do with that. And niggas go for it. Niggas is like, yeah, that was some interesting information. Meanwhile, you ain't got no closer to what you need for yourself, but you got a whole bunch of other information that could argue this vague point. I think niggas was here first. Why? Because the original man was the first man all over the planet, because the black man is God. Well, damn, well, if the black man is God and the original man was all over the planet and we the own planet and all that, where you get that from? Well, that comes from the I don't know where I got it. Nigga, let me tell you where you get it from. You get it from that's Islamic shit. That's the nation. That's the 5% nation which come out of the Nation of Islam. You know what I mean? Which come out of the Moorish Science Temple. All that shit go back. All that shit all the same. So what are we talking about? You just saying shit because people have been saying shit. They don't, because they can't tie their gene out. All they can tie is their black ass faces to the fucking Mayans. That's it. Look, these people got head wraps on. These people, yeah, who the fuck didn't wear head wrap? You like right now, it's hot out. Motherfucker gonna wrap their head up. Nigga don't need nobody to teach him that shit. A nigga 10,000 years ago ain't need a motherfucker to teach him to get out the fucking sun because it's too hot right now. A motherfucker 5,000 years ago ain't need a motherfucker to teach him that. Ain't nobody, who the fuck taught the baby to suckle at the mom's teeth? Who taught him that? Ain't no codexes on the wall for that. So just because you see similar things in similar cultures don't mean you can claim that for yourself. You know who taught them people that shit? Some fucking animal. Some shit they observed in an animal. And they said, oh shit, yeah. Them feathers beautiful. Oh wow, yeah, this is where they go to get the water. Ain't no water around. How the fuck these animals living? Let's go watch the animals. They're gonna take us to the place where the water is. Everything we learn from these goddamn animals, not from no fucking humans. That's what other humans want you to believe when they 10%. They want to build their empire off you. That's why they don't fuck with Turtlegang, and that's why they fucking slander Turtlegang. We where the two worlds come together. And we doing the most work on both sides. I do work for my traditional community. I'm respected and known. And I do work in real communities out here. That's why I'm known in Newark. Yes, city, A1. Yeah. That's why I could play video on top of video. Oh, you want me to play the video with me, with Ojiri? Oh, you don't know who Ojiri is? Ojiri Otulu? You don't know who he is? Oh, because yeah, you ain't sat around real OGs. Go look up Ojiri. I mean, you talk about Tupac and Revolution. These are some of his mentors. People who did 25 years in jail for real shit. And these are the people I got to sit with, got to learn from, got to interview. These are people that I did demonstrations in schools with, helping kids change their life, trying to be positive influences on kids. This nigga putting together YouTube shit. I'm putting some work together. This YouTube misinformation. Get you some shit up in some schools and some curriculums. Get you some shit up in some museums and some libraries. I got shit up in museums. I got shit up in libraries. I got shit up in schools. And that's what matters. I could put anything on YouTube. Put anything on YouTube. What can you get in these places and these institutions that's going to help the generations coming? Remember, listen, this is what Fauna did. Fauna made it so you can write down your actual nationality on the census. That was Fauna's work. That was them getting at the fucking census department. Now, from here on out, every census you have enough characters to write all your nationalities. So if you got Senegalese in you, you got Lenape in you, you got Cherokee in you, you got Moroccan in you, you got Nigerian in you, you got all these things, you can write all that down. This is who the fuck I am. I'm a mixture of about 12 nations. And they all gonna get the credit for this. You ain't had that opportunity before. And guess what? This shit don't start with just how you fill out the census. It's more than just filling out the census. Okay, what you doing in real life to get back to who you were? First and foremost, are you trying to even treat people differently? Because you can't tell a nigga you an Indian and you still acting like a nigga. Every now and then it's good that they can see the nigga come out in you so they can relate. But you can't be like, yeah, I'm this, I'm that. And then you out here getting robbed and you out here doing all this shit that niggas do. So now you want Indians to be niggas. I know everybody else wants Indians to be niggas, but is that what we want? Like, that's colonization. And as cool as the nigga is and everybody want to be us, is that who the fuck we really want to be? Primitive is prime. Just mean the first. These niggas, listen, I don't know what these niggas' ages is, and I don't like to talk down on people because of their age, whether they older or they younger, but I know age and experience got a lot to do with this shit. Maturity, and some of y'all is young and y'all just coming across information and you get got and you get took for it. Hopefully you got the diligence and the self-respect and the self-love to correct yourselves and move forward in a positive direction. But then there's some niggas that like, hold up, bro. Either you too old to be falling for that shit or you just now started reading. Like I said, Dane Calloway called that man DeBose like he was some goddamn speakers like 4 or 5 times. And what that tells me is he's never had a conversation with anybody, because the first conversation he just had with somebody that knew what they was talking about would have said, that man, his name is Dubois. It's not DeBose. The fuck is you talking about? Who the fuck is DeBose? Are we talking about some speakers, nigga? Would have corrected him right away. Let alone to let him put out a production that's going to last forever online, and you're fucking this man's name up, but you want to sound like an authority, but you can't even pronounce this man's name right. That's the little shit I be seeing. I don't give a fuck what you read. That lets me know you're not even familiar with this information. How you fucking this man's name up? Yeah, he could barely read. 47 and you can barely read. That's fucked up, bro. And he can barely read. This nigga said the Bose. This nigga was talking about some speakers. I got some Bose speakers up in this bitch. Ain't no D in front of them. The Bose. I'm like, what the fuck? Talking about Dubois? Oh, this nigga ain't got no advanced nothing in him. Just reading shit. I wish, like, bro, damn, I wish. Nah, it ain't no I wish. Sonetta, I'm gonna be like, Sonetta, bring these debates back, but bring them back in person. Fuck that. Bring this shit back when niggas is around each other. You could see niggas fold. You could see niggas cutting their eyes. Yeah, they are great speakers. They actually better than Beats. But, you know, the Beats is popular. But listen, yeah, I want Sonetta to bring that shit back where niggas is in there in the flesh. Yeah, that's when I'll be up for it. That shit was fun when you go up in that motherfucker and it'd be 100 people, 200 people packing that bitch in. When Tazariak had the debate, them Hebrews was lying around that motherfucker. Niggas had drums, horns. I was like, oh, they won off that. Niggas blowing them horns, hitting them drums. I was like, oh, they won off that shit. You niggas in here waving some flags. These niggas got horns, drums. These niggas got animal skins on. All I seen was culture. I said, oh, hell. Y'all can call it superhero, Avenger shit. All I see is animal skins, drums, horns, and culture. Like a bunch of Vikings in that bitch. I had to respect that shit because I saw culture. I ain't see no Air Jordans. And I love Jordans, don't get me wrong. I love my Jordans. I got a whole fucking wall full of Jordans. I'm a fucking sneakerhead, so don't get me fucked up. Don't be like, oh, he a hypocrite. This nigga showed up in some Jordans. Yup, I'm gonna show up in some Jordans. But I recognize when motherfuckers go full traditional, and I respect that. So I want Sai to bring that shit back. Then I debate a motherfucker. That's when we debate. Bring that shit back. We're not going to debate. We're going to demonstrate. Let you debate with that. Yeah, I spoke to Sonetta yesterday. I popped in on his show. Old Top Cats up here. Got to talking. I don't know, like I said, I don't know how he got to fucking. He was asking about Cherokee slavery. And I don't know how he ended up at the Kieft War. But this is what we're going to do, matter of fact. Let me look this up. Nigga talking about. See, niggas be saying shit and they be trying to say this little obscure history to sound smart. But that shit ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Cherokee slavery. Tell you something. I just need a date on it. Shit. So we're talking about 1800s. 1866 is when these people started to all this was happening with the treaties. Cherokee Nation, 1866, right? So this is when we're talking about Cherokee slavery. 1800. So let's just even it out. Let's say 1800, we're talking about Cherokees taking slaves. This is 80 years before, just giving a grace period. 80 years before the actual situation kicked off, we'll back this shit up to 1800. Cherokees, let's just say Cherokees was taking slaves in the 1800s. All right, let's just play with that for a moment. That concept. Now, so the question was about Cherokee slavery. Cherokee slavery was the question. All right. Now let me share this. They asked him about Cherokee slavery. All right. Cherokee Nation and all that, the treaties where the Cherokee were coming under the jurisdiction of the United States government was like it was in the 1800s. Right. So now, see the screen, here we go. Somehow in his answer, he ended up talking about the Kieft's war. And in the war, he said they teamed up with the Iroquois fighting the Mohawk. Right? So let's see what the Kieft War was about. The 12 men in Director Kieft's Indian War. Dutch relations with the Native Americans began well in the company's instructions to Director William Verhulst, mandated that the indigenous population be treated with honesty, faithfulness, and sincerity. Indian rights to and possession of the land were to be respected. 2 years later, the Dutch soldiers in Fort Orange, Albany joined a group of Mohicans in a raid on the Mohawks, but the Mohawks ambushed the posse along the way and killed 4 of the Dutch, including Commander Daniel van Kriekenbeck. Director Peter Minuet immediately recalled the settlers and all the outlying trading posts to the relative safety of New Amsterdam, leaving the soldiers to protect the posts. Because there were so few colonists in New Amsterdam, the Manhattan tribes continued to live on the north end of the island, and relations between Dutch and Native Americans were generally good. All right. So that's setting up. Ain't no war yet. This is setting things up. William Kieft arrived in New Amsterdam March 28, 1638. The following year, the company relinquished its monopoly on fur and other trade, and immigrants from New England, Virginia, and Europe flooded into New Amsterdam. The colony's relationship with the tribes inhabiting the land around New Amsterdam deteriorated when the new settlers set up farms in areas inhabited by the Native Americans. So you got a flood of people coming because they opened up the ports. Director Kieft's open support for the Mohawk tribe, his imposition of a protection tax on local tribes and the colonial traders, widespread practice of swindling the natives, and people exasperated the tension. So Kieft was using the Mohawk tribes to press the other tribes, right? Because there was a fight. So for you to understand what was going on, let me just get to this next one, because this is where it starts to get into what it's really about. In 1640, some swine were stolen by settlers on the DeFries plantation in Staten Island. And Director Kieft, this is what started the war, used the incident to charge the innocent Raritans with the theft. What did I say earlier? My people are Navasink, and Navasink are Raritan. And I'll show all of this. Somebody got some bread they really want to put on the table. Other than that, if I don't respect you, I'm not going through with it. I showed this to Sonetta, though. That's not a problem. He sent a force of 100 armed men to exact punishment on the tribe, and several Raritans, including a section, were killed. Anger at this injustice led the neighboring tribes to withhold the corn tax and attack local European settlers. Matters got worse when a young Quequexkee man and his child were vowed to revenge the murder of his uncle by the colonists came of age. In 1641, he attacked an innocent Dutch wheelwright with an axe and killed him. Honor vindicated, the young man returned to his tribe, bringing with him the wheelwright's scalp. All right, so this kicked off a bunch of back and forth that became what is known as the Kieft's War, right? So there were four massacres that took place. We just named the one that took place on Staten Island, right? The next one took, and I got a video I'll play at some point, and I'll go through. I actually played it before. So the second one was you had Corlier's Hook, and you also had the Peachtree Massacre, which took place in Jersey City, in Pavonia, on the other side of the river, right? And then the final one was the Pound Ridge Massacre, right? So these were all Lenape that were being massacred. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this happened in 1643 and had nothing to do with the fucking Cherokee slave trade. So why are you mentioning it along with that? And if you're going to mention it, why aren't you going to talk about the Lenape that were actually massacred? Why are you going to mention the Mohawk who were a part of it, right? Who were the motherfuckers who were the spies, who were the motherfuckers giving up locations, right? Why are you going to mention them? You're going to mention the Iroquois, but he's not going to mention the people that they was motherfucking banging on. Why? Because they Lenape people. Why? Because people don't want y'all to know how important the Lenape people were to the creation of the United States. So when these people are talking about foundational Black Americans, well, where was the foundation of the United States laid? Was it not laid here on the East Coast? We're not denying what happened in Louisiana and down there, but that y'all was going through that with the French, and the French ain't who run this bitch now. See what I'm saying? The motherfuckers that was laying the law, laying shit down, that prescribed the laws that we live according to now and who we are under subject to now, come out of here. The motherfuckers that y'all want to call traitors, that these fucking niggas keep trying to insinuate that people like myself and Two Hawks and the rest of us so-called Indians out here that don't agree with their narrative, so they want to call us traitors. No, nigga. The traitors are George Washington and them niggas. They flipped on their own nation. They created the United States of America. They created the designation American that you niggas keep trying to fight for. They created all this shit. Though, and how they do it? By fucking revolting against their own nation, by being traitors to their own nation, because they ain't want to kick the money back no more. So you niggas is defending the motherfucker that said, you know what? Fuck the fucking Connect. We ain't fucking with the Connect no more. We keeping all the shit for ourselves. That's who y'all fucking with, because that's what y'all, that's the nature y'all is in. And then the Moors, who are the Moors in this relationship? The Moors are the same people they were then that they are now. The Moors were the people who were extorting the open seas. That's why they keep trying to tell y'all about maritime law, because they're trying to get y'all into the fucking law that they can use to extort you. Nigga, I ain't no maritime nigga. I'm a motherfucking Lenape. And we deal with international law, which is treaty law, not the open seas where you niggas can do whatever you want. You're not dragging me out to the open seas so you niggas can talk all that maritime shit to me. And y'all learned it from these niggas. So let me tell you who the Moors were then. The Moors were people who had treaties with Great Britain. Basically, they was extorting Great Britain. They was extorting anybody who was coming across the oceans. If you don't pay us a piece of what you fucking making, we're going to sink your shit and take all your shit. So these niggas had treaties with Morocco. That's the Barbary Wars. Go look all that shit up. Barbary Wars 1 and 2. All that is about motherfuckers taxing people in the open waters. And if you ain't have a treaty with them people, they was going to fuck with you every time you came through. Some bully shit. So the Moors agreement, Morocco's agreement was with Great Britain. After the revolution, Great Britain is looking at Morocco like, nigga, I don't got nothing to give you. These niggas ain't fucking with us no more. So Morocco's like, damn. So basically, our agreement with Great Britain don't mean shit because they ain't got no fucking, these niggas done knocked them off. So that's when Morocco came looking to the United States. That's when they started sending documents over, telling the United States, when you're done with this revolution you're having, you need to sit down and talk with us because business is business. And check it out. Even though the revolution happened, business was still business, meaning all the shipping that was going back and forth before the revolution still had to go after the revolution. Niggas wasn't taking over a business to shut it down. They was taking over that motherfucker to reap the benefits of it. So when the colonists took over the fucking company, right, and turned into a nation, right, when they took it over, they did not want to shut down the trade. So they had to sit down with Morocco at some point, or else it would have been now United States ships, right? They had to sit down with Great Britain. They had to work this shit out with everybody. Because when there's a war, you got to sit down and create a treaty so we now can move on. So this is where the Treaty of Peace and Amity come from with Morocco. Morocco needed to enter into a treaty with the United States now because they wanted to still get the reap the benefits off the goods that was being shipped back and forth between Great Britain and the colonies. Now it's going to be still getting shipped back and forth, but it's going to be between the United States and Great Britain. Everybody had to restructure their deal. Guess what? There's money still to be made, and we still got to get this paper. So it's restructured. So now Britain needs to have a new treaty with the United States, and now fucking Morocco needs to have a treaty with the United States. But Morocco did it first, right? Because they're like, listen, all right, as long as you fucking keep trading with us, we'll recognize you as a nation. So that's why Morocco is historical, because they're the first ones to recognize the United States as an independent nation. But they only did it because they wanted to continue getting money off of the colonies. Everybody in the world knew there was money being made in the colonies. And this is where the extortion and this is where the the bullshit that started going on here in the Americas, where the whole world started coming over here exploiting the Americas. The Moors was one of the first to co-sign that shit. Like, we don't give a fuck who you call yourself. Britain, fucking American, we don't care. As long as we can get some paper off this shit, we don't care. So the Moors is the same people now as they were then. They over here just trying to get their fucking money off. The difference is some of these Moors are now fucking married in and actually have some claims, but the claims they make are through their indigenous ancestry, but they make it as Moors. See what I'm saying? So that's the same thing as these chiefs who had Indian mothers but had white fathers, and they're raised in the ways of a white father, but because they got Indian mothers, they eligible to be part of the tribe and have say-so in the tribe. So they got the mentality of the white man, they got the connection of the Indian, and now they can fucking ascend to levels within the nation and make decisions. You know what I mean? That's the same shit as what they was doing with Vlad the Impaler. That's the same shit they was doing in Rome when they would fucking come snatch your babies up. It's the same shit. They would come snatch your babies up, bring them back to Rome, raise them, then send them back to you. That's what King Arthur is about. King Arthur is about a man who was raised in Rome and sent back to Great Britain to run Great Britain as a Roman. And that's the shit they was doing forever. That's what Vlad the Impaler was about. He was like, fuck that, we're not giving up our kids. These are all the things that these people is not being honest with you about, and they telling you a story from a perspective that's not even theirs. Like, we all grew up with, I'm about to drop the link in a minute. We grew up with the red coats is coming, the red coats is coming, right? If you ask kids right now, what does that mean, the red coats is coming? It was taught to us like the red coats were the bad guys. And Paul Revere was a fucking hero because he jumped on his fucking horse and he rode through fucking towns and villages telling everybody the red coats is coming. But guess what was going on? The red coats was the British. The British had treaties with the indigenous people to do trade. The British, the red coats, the reinforcements were coming because the colonists had gotten so out of hand. They was fucking raping the women. They was doing all types of shit, and they wasn't observing the treaties. So the redcoats was coming to bang on these fucking white folks who were fucking acting savage. So truly, the redcoats were coming to assist the indigenous nations who had treaties with Great Britain. Great Britain is getting money with us. They did not want to be out here treating us bad. You have to remember, this is Britain. This is not the Spanish. This is not the Catholic Church. The fucking all that shit that was applying to the Spanish, you know what I'm saying? Dum diversa and all that shit did not apply up here in the 13 colonies because they were settled by the English and the Dutch, who were at war with the Catholic Church. That's what fucking King Arthur was about. That's what all that shit is about. That's what King James is about. Yeah, the British were our friends because they were in business with us. Now, were all the British here treating us well? No. The individual people were fucking individual people, but the governments had an agreement. So if you can understand that the governments do one thing and the individual people fucking do what they want, that's why you have something called the Patriots and the Loyalists. When you really study the Revolutionary War, it's a war between the Patriots and the Loyalists. The Loyalists were people who were loyal to the Great Britain and the treaties. We're not here to fucking take the land over. We're here to work. We have villages built while we're here working, we can live comfortably. And then when we're done making our money, we're going to move back to fucking Europe, and another group of people will come here and they'll do the same thing for a little while. They'll get their money and then they'll move back to Europe. That's how things had been going for like 200 years. Then after the Revolutionary War, these motherfuckers said, nope, we staying. This is our shit and we're going to keep expanding. And that's when things changed. That's why they had to throw the tea at the Boston Tea Party, That's why these white men had to dress up like Indians to throw the tea over. Why? Because the fucking Europeans, British, were shipping the tea to the Indians. That was tea that the Indians is making money off of. They shipping it here. They fucking people gonna sell it in the stores. They're gonna give the Indians their cut. Then they're gonna send the rest of it back to Britain. That was how it worked. So why would the Indians throw the tea over? No, it was the white people who were trying to use the divide and conquer concept to create a beef. That's why they dressed up like Indians. So when the redcoats was coming, they was coming to smack the fucking European colonists up and get them right, because they was violating. That's why when you talk about the New England patriots, the patriots were the people who were like, we're our own country, and we taking this bitch over. That's why they're the New England patriots. And the Revolutionary War is really a war between the loyalists and the patriots. The loyalists represented Great Britain, and they represented the treaties. This is when you start getting into Colonel Ty, who was a freed runaway slave from Virginia that made it up to New Jersey. And then he entered into a contract with the British government. And him and about 30 other fucking ex-slaves rode around Monmouth County, New Jersey, burning down patriot farms. Taking them people, dragging them to Sandy Hook into the fucking concentration camp, locking their asses up, and sending their ass back to Britain. This is what these niggas can't teach you about, because they not teaching their history. Because if they taught their history, they'd be connected to their own territories, and they could expound on the history within the territory. They don't know nothing about what they talking about. Look up Colonel Ty, black man, riding around burning down motherfuckers' farms. Oh, these niggas is loyalists? All right, nigga. Yeah, Ku Klux Klan type shit. We gonna pull up on y'all tonight. Burning down these white motherfuckers' farms. While the white motherfuckers who live next to them, who are loyalists, see, they was burning the patriot farms down. The loyalist farms were the people who were loyal to the treaties and loyal to Britain. So they was burning the patriot farms down. You could be living right next door and you're a loyalist, and these niggas ride right past you because they know who the loyalists, they know who the patriots are. They ride right past you, go down that long ass driveway, and go burn your big house down. And this was happening, and it's in the history books. Colonel Ty, black man on a horse. All that, the Django shit, Colonel Ty, that shit happened in Monmouth County. Actual fact. I'm not saying the Django is really Colonel Ty. Don't get carried away. I'm saying the same type of shit. Nigga riding on a horse. Burn your whole shit down. So I ain't even really get through all this shit. No, I really don't need to. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody want to come up? The floor is yours. Yeah, because these niggas ain't got it. I don't know what to tell y'all. I could do this shit all night, all day, all night, and keep going in deeper and deeper. Still in Monmouth County. We still in Monmouth County. Still in Monmouth County. I don't gotta leave Monmouth County. I don't gotta tell no other people's stories. And if we're supposed to be telling our story, using our voice, tell our story, then that's what we should be doing, telling our story. So I'm gonna bring Real Rap up. We're gonna see what it is. Peace, brother. Peace.
Peace. Yo, peace, brother. Let me start off by saying it's my first time like really listening to you on your channel. You know, I watch your channel here and the clips, but you're a good teacher, bro. I can't take that from you. You doing what I was taught how to do recently, which is tell this history through your bloodline. So, from what I've heard, you from
bro, let me just say this to you real quick. Who you think they got it from?
From what I've heard you in the last 2 years.
You want to drop out and come back?
Yeah. Is my internet messing up?
Yeah, let me take this out. Maybe it's that. You still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, you sound all right now.
Okay. Yeah, like sometimes the StreamYard does that. But what I was saying, to reiterate, I was saying I've been watching your channel off and on for a couple of years. And I said, I came to Clubhouse about 6-7 months ago, and we had a great conversation. And I'm honest, I was still dealing with some I just call it out, self-hate for what I didn't understand. So for me, I realized that I had a level of indoctrination that I had to get over. And finally, the thing that helped me get over the hill was finding my African ancestors. And they're tied. They have their own book. They're tied to a slave narrative. I'll send you the book where it tells of my grandmother who freed herself, but it took a long time. She lived a long time, and her grandson who also freed himself became a slave owner in the 1830s, and he freed his people prior to 1865 in the early 1850s, and allowed the people that he did own to live there until they passed on. My grandfather was a cooper and a caulker. A cooper is someone in the 1800s who made barrels to be able to preserve whatever it was, meat, grain, liquor. And then later on, he got into the housing industry, which he became a caulker, Caulker.
Yep.
A caulker is somebody that does all the
yeah, and I get it. I'm the one who taught these niggas how to break that shit down. Yeah, it's a functional name. Deals with your occupation.
But
yeah,
bro.
like,
Absolutely. And a caulker, just to land my plane on that, they do all the sealing for houses, so that's what helps keep the bugs out, helps control the temperature within the home. My grandfather did a lot. I'm very proud of my people, and the fact that they were proud to be from Africa makes me
absolutely to stand on that, bro.
So whenever I stand on it. Whenever you hear me on these platforms, I know I sound crazy, but for me, it's because I don't like people that have anti-African hate and anti-American Indian hate. I call it gatekeeping blackness. I don't like that. So I come with a fork right. It's just like I'm coming right now. I'm gonna even tell you this: if I say anything to offend you, or if I did anything that was unbecoming, I apologize on record. I apologize to you, Turtlegang.
No, you good. Like, you having a conversation with me that speaks to it within itself. But let me just say this to you, because I'm gonna let you. I want you to talk. But let me just say this to you, right? So, think of the time where you was in a space where you was. What you say? You was you ain't like yourself. What you say? You ain't know who you was.
Self-hate.
Yeah, now check this out. Let's say you was in that space, but let's say I don't know, 6 months, 6 years, I don't know. How long was you in that space?
Man, for years, bro. If I had to call it, up until my 20s, easy.
Okay. All right. So let's say for like, let's say a good 5 years, right? Just to put a number on it, right? So in that whole 5 years, you missed so many opportunities to grow. See what I'm saying? That would have grown you much further than you are now. Now, it's cool that you where you at, but you just learned a lesson, right? Because you came through something, and finding your ancestry, your African ancestry, opened up a whole nother part of you that now allows you to even comprehend or even receive even broader range of information. Is that not right?
That's facts.
All right. So
facts,
now I need
I'm
you to
limiting. I'm not limiting
yeah,
the information.
Exactly. So now I need you to think about that now and apply that to when you move forward. So when you're moving in around these spaces, understand that you've been blessed by Creator to have your information. That make you somebody in this conversation, not just somebody who's talking about opinion, right? So you've been empowered with fact. Right. So you can leave your opinion alone. You ain't got to bring that in the room, right? And as long as you stay in that place and you, right, the same way, just think, it was people that probably tried to help you when you was in that space and you probably lashed out against them, this and that. Yep. What I'm saying is position yourself to be somebody that can help people come up out of that, which means don't bring none of your shit with you. Only bring your facts. Don't bring your pain. Don't bring your ignorance. And always be aware that you got your own. I know I got my own right now. I'm sarcastic. I could say shit. I could be real nasty when I say things, right? That's not good for people who are hurt, still trying to learn. See what I'm saying? I'm telling you that you've been blessed with something that these niggas don't got. You got a story, a narrative, right? And you can stand on that, tie you in. You the proof now. So be that, right? But also be compassionate towards people. So when you're trying to share this information, what I'm saying, stop coming in with all that heat that you be hitting niggas with, bro. I know that's the climate, like this toxic shit, but you've been blessed with something to be more than that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you don't want to disrespect what you've been blessed with, because everybody ain't got that, bro. Everybody can't show the narrative that you so proud to share. Right? And that do something for you that other motherfuckers ain't got right now. Feel me?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So you got to be compassionate towards them because you want them to learn from you, or else you wouldn't be wasting your time trying to engage with these people. So just start thinking yourself on a level of a teacher, but you still a student that got to learn. So when you speak, you always got to know that what you think now, you might find so much more information in 5 years about it that it might even change how you feel about this situation. We always got to be open that you might learn more information on any one thing. That way you don't put yourself in a position where you arguing with people and you being hated by people because you were so rigid and you took such a rigid position that now you got to double back and keep apologizing to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Right. Don't do that. You young, you ain't got it, because that's going to set you back. Now you having conversations with people trying to get them to see that you're a different person when you could be having that, spending that time really building. See what I'm saying?
That's facts. That's facts.
That's all.
That's how I've been my whole life, bro. You know, no.
Sometimes you got to leave some shit behind, though.
I want to honor what you said, because
sometimes you got to put some shit down to pick some new shit up, bro. Your hands ain't but so big.
That's facts. That's facts. And that's why coming out of different schools of thought, studying with the Hebrews, studying with the Moors, I had to let that go. And I had to hold on to my bloodline. So you saying that, you know what I'm saying, I had to realize, like, I got to simplify this, man. Because I wanted to be everything with everybody. I wanted to be indigenous to the world. And that don't work, because my family don't come. I can't validate the world. I can't substantiate the world, but I can substantiate my bloodline. So I want to tell you this, and I see D Calico pulled up. For me, I burnt a lot of bridges. That's just how I've been, from the military, you know, to today. You know, it's some people that I'm still connected to, but they bloodline. They can't unconnect from me. You know, people in passing, I'll cut them off and burn, and I've been cut off. Like, I'm not saying I'm in the right, I'm in the wrong. That's why I smile when you said that, because for me, I know it was hurt, bro. Not knowing who I was, having trust issues, because I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But once I see that as a teacher, you shooting from the hip and freestyling, I can't do it. But I will say this: even in my travels of coming together with some Moors and some of the Hebrew brothers, I got game from them. I'll give you an example. D Calico. I got the Benjamin Tillman letter from D Calico. I still use that in my presentations today to be able to show how South Carolina, you know, had its own Black Negro government for a time, just like Louisiana did. You know, that's why I speak on O.J. Dunn. And you made me laugh when you was talking about Dane and Dubose versus Dubois. That's French. But you have to know that. You don't pronounce it Dubose, it's Dubois. It's like Hebert.
Yeah, how you not know that?
You don't pronounce it Hebert. Exactly. How you not know that?
How you grown and not know that? Like,
I'm gonna land,
bro, listen,
I'm gonna land my plane on this. I'm gonna land my plane on this because another other brother want to talk.
Well, I'm saying, you know, you're supposed to take the best parts. You know, I study with a lot of different houses, right? If you look at my history, you're gonna see me coming under different names. Because I know to take my shoes off when I walk in a man's house. If I walk in a Moorish house, I'm coming in that motherfucker in respect. And I'm gonna learn from these people. Now, it might be some things that I don't agree with, and I'm gonna leave that at the door when I walk out. But some of that shit I'm gonna take with me. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? And I didn't sat with everybody. And I didn't came in a respectful manner. You know what I mean? And you take the best parts for yourself and you keep moving. So
peace to this last part, bro. This is where the self-hate came. Just real quick. I got you, D. The self-hate came from, I knew I was tied to Africa, but didn't know how to tie myself. I didn't know if I should be studying East Africa, North, Central, West, or South. But when I finally found that slave narrative, that's why I'm so proud, bro. Because now I have an identity. And I got a lineage.
Slave narrative? Because you looked at yourself and not out. You looked at your own self. Like, ain't nothing. Yo, when I got knowledge of self, 1990, and everybody be standing around talking about actual facts, solar facts, and everybody knew all these things. And I started to realize, like, damn, knowledge of self is knowing what foods I'm allergic to. See what I'm saying? I started to think of it on a whole deeper level. Like, knowledge of self is really knowing about me, not just knowing about world facts, how far the moon is from how the sun. No, this shit is about knowing me, right? And that's when I started to understand, like, oh shit, I gotta start asking myself the deeper questions. And that's what led me to everything, seeing things for what they are from my perspective. You know what I'm saying? But knowledge of self is important. Knowing yourself, everything start with you. Every question you want to answer, start with you. And when you can get past that part of your ego, when you get past whatever happened to you when you was a kid, and you still running from that embarrassment, when you can get past that, you can start to really learn about yourself. But the niggas be coming in here and they still be in their little 8-year-old, 12-year-old, 16-year-old self because they never got get back when they was kids and they still feel some type of way. That's what be really holding everybody back. But peace to D Calico.
Hey, peace to the God. What's going on with y'all?
Peace.
You already know.
Yo, peace, Calico.
You know, it's all. I really was waiting on you to drop the link earlier. I've been in the chat for a while. I just had to go do something. I came back. Ain't no problem. I'm just chilling.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, when you going?
Just building.
Like, when you gonna start going live on TikTok?
I did I went live on TikTok a few times. Like, TikTok is kind of a different conversation. And, you know, I mean, that's not really a conversation I'm interested in having. Like, they in the midst of it right now. I let all that shit, this shit dying down, motherfuckers getting exposed out here. Like, I'm trying to have real conversations, man. We got things going on, bro. Trying to talk about things where give motherfuckers opportunities to make a change in world history, for real. And I'm talking about setting precedences and stuff, because there's things that's going on that people don't know about because they're too busy arguing over this shit. And it's real people out here in real fights, you know what I mean, that could use the support of the people who say they about something. So Those are the conversations I want to have. And it seemed like the only people that like to have those conversations for real is white folks. You know what I'm saying? And then when we work with white folks, because niggas is really polluting the fucking rivers and doing shit like that, that we could be standing up against, and everybody who says they somebody, like, how you think you get the world to start recognizing you as that person? You don't do it by saying you an Indian online. You do it by showing up at that river they polluting. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what Indians do. Like, I don't know what niggas is trying to be. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I'm just talking about niggas that saying they the real Indians. Where are your real causes? I'm confused. So yeah, I don't really. TikTok is, you know what I mean?
Hey, it's just another platform. I definitely ain't saying let's go in there and get no coins and do the little games they play. Nah, I'm saying as far as doing the same thing we're doing right here.
Yeah, I'm on TikTok, and I think it's what happens with TikTok. Reason why I say it's a wider group of people on there, right? So what happens is TikTok is I get dragged into these conversations with people who I got to keep going over this shit over and over again, like I ain't no fucking Abba. See what I'm saying? And pardon me, I don't want to offend nobody, but I'm not interested in having those conversations. People here know, you know what I mean? That's why ain't nobody coming over here, because they know I ain't talking. I ain't really trying to be. I mean, we can have those conversations, but let's learn something from it. Like, I talk about what these niggas is telling you is wrong, but in the process, I'm gonna show you the real story. So if that's, you know what I mean, then that's what it'll be. But I don't know, I'll pop back up on TikTok, but you know, I'll be there after putting my videos up and shit. But it's just a broader audience, and I don't want to get caught up in these same arguments with these Indians from all over, because that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens for me.
Yeah, man. You know, I feel like, you know, you already know we still got a job to do to a degree, because they definitely be dragging me into it. But I can see you like just going live probably by yourself, so it won't be no interference type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I'd rather talk to the people though. Like I feel like I do better when I'm talking to the people and just talking at the people.
Interacting with real ones. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can, you know, if there's any questions or any conversations we can have to work things out. Because I be hearing so many people wrestling with these. And I'm like, damn, this shit is really way simpler. And if motherfuckers had the patience and the open mind, I can not only show you in these books, but we could go to the actual spot. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of things that, you know, I be seeing, they be using this shit against people, bro. They be talking like they know things, and they give these real like dope facts, but they tie it into shit that ain't really a part of it. It's just an art. I've been studying what these niggas is doing. So I'm like, what is going on with people? How they selling them this shit? And it's just, you know, the one sister the other day, she started talking about, first she talked about New Jersey and Africa was joined together 160 million years ago, some shit like that. And then she started telling the history of New Jersey, right? And then she went to the Delaware codes, which were codes that protected Moors in Delaware. So I'm like, so you just went from 160 million years ago, Africa and New Jersey being connected, to now the New Jersey history, talking about the Lenape. And then you said, now we have the Delaware Moors that identify the Delaware as Lenape. And you're talking about a code in Delaware, which got nothing to do with the history of New Jersey. And the Delaware codes got nothing to do with the Delaware nation of Lenape who are in Oklahoma. See what I'm saying? But she just skated through all these things. I'm like, look at that shit. To somebody who's just fresh out, seeing that, they're like, damn, how do I know? Because I remember when I first started hearing this shit from these motherfuckers, and that shit sounded interesting to me. I'm like, oh shit. Only thing I had that grounded me was my actual history. And I know my history. And then when I started to really get into it, I started to see, oh, these motherfuckers is, oh, this is what they doing. right? So I figured out what the Moors was doing a long time ago. Like 10, 15 years ago, I figured out how they was trying to twist the information. You know what I'm saying? How to what it say in the Bible, how you when you plant your crops and shit, motherfucker go out behind you at night and you plant the weed with it. You know what I mean? In hopes that when that shit grow, they go intertwined. Now you got the weed intertwined with the, you know what I mean, with the wheat. So it's that type shit. These motherfuckers be trying to plant seeds in conversations that intertwine them into the conversation. Like that's what the Moors do. You know what I mean? Now these abos, they just like almost trying to bully motherfuckers into changing history. And like they ain't even got no tact. The Moors had tact. You know what I'm saying? Like they appeal to you. These motherfuckers is just like it's that's why they like I can't even have a conversation with them because like you lying by your second sentence out your mouth. You either lying or you're so confused. But I can't listen to that shit. That's like letting a nigga fart around you. As soon as a nigga fart, I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm not gonna just let this nigga keep passing gas. What the fuck is we doing? See what I'm saying? How you niggas ain't got respect for yourself? This nigga is fucking passing bad gas through the atmosphere. I don't give a fuck if he's farting or he's telling lies around you. How was you niggas standing for this shit? I'll be ready to lynch a nigga. Like, whoop, 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 nigga up in the tree. All right, take that back. Yeah, you take it back. You fucking 6 feet up off the fucking, yeah, get this nigga up out of here quick, bro. I don't be understanding. Y'all ain't never see the Apollo? As soon as a nigga start crashing, what they do? Get him, Sandman. Get this nigga up out of here.
Sandman, come
why,
on.
Yeah, why are we wasting our time with A1? Who the fuck is allowing this to happen? You know who's allowing this to happen? It's the same energy of the sisters that was hanging out with the gay niggas, right? Encouraging them. Now the gay niggas is pressing the sisters because they say we sisters too. Now the niggas that you was fucking coddling because they was going through this emotional shit in their head, now these niggas is after your man. Don't let that shit just grow right up in you. Let these weeds go right with your weed. Fuck that. The Bible say wait till that shit come up and then separate them. Hell no, I'm going in there and I'm chopping everyone out. I don't give a fuck if it take me all month. I'll go in there like a surgeon. How about that? Why are we letting this shit happen? Why are y'all letting A1 talk to you like he knows something? You can't hear in the texture and the tone of his voice. You don't know shit. This nigga talk loud as fuck. Like, listen to his tone. Do it sound confident? Do he, like, this nigga yells. This nigga don't yell. I mean, this nigga don't have to, like, this nigga ain't the information. He just yell real loud. He not the embodiment of that. Because if he was, he wouldn't have to fucking yell it. He would just be it.
But you know why? Number one, he's getting his lessons. And I ain't got to say the name, you know, but he's getting his lessons from a person that likes to hide who he is. That was part of the Moorish science in Chicago, right? Moved to Pittsburgh, and he's in the Pennsylvania area, and he does online courses through free conference calls. And that's where A1 learned that Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, the Indians not taxed.
So check this out. And he got that shit all wrong. And his shit says, but any Indian enumerated means to be counted. Once you're counted, you're taxed. Like, if you're, listen,
thank you.
He's a straight idiot. The only Indians that are not enumerated fucking know. You don't fucking forget that. That's taxes, my nigga. What happened is our ancestors decided to keep their land and their allotment, right? If they already had land, they decided to keep their land and they went on books as Negroes, right? But a lot of time in their mind, they was like, yeah, but we ain't got to pay. Nah, you can't have it both ways. You can't play on their field by your rules, even if you are an Indian, because in order to do that, you can't play on their field. You understand what I'm saying? You can't join the NFL and play by your rules just because they're playing on your land.
Hey, Turtle.
Yeah.
Put it like this, like how large, you know, pre-Columbus, was the Lenape people in America.
All right. So what people don't realize is that when I talk about languages, they are locational and description, right? So when you say Anishinaabe, when you say Ojibwe, when you say Powhatan, these are all location places. These are all Lenape people. The Lenape people stretch from the Great Lakes to Canada down to VA. All these are Lenape people that share a history. And a certain group are called the grandfather, and that's the Turtle clan of all the nations. Why? Because they're the elders. So you'll have discrepancies amongst nations in terms of their history, right? And I'm not going to, like, I really don't, like, because them weird niggas will try and take this shit and remix it. You know what I mean? Come back with some puffy shit. I hate that shit. But these elder nations have the elder clans within the nations have the oldest information. So you might be talking to one nation, and that's like talking to your grandfather's great grandson. And you're talking to him like he know what the fuck you talking about. But I'm not going to sit up here and lay that all out, because then it'll be like I'm trying to sun other nations. And that's not right. But amongst the tribes, they know who the grandfather is. And this is not a conversation we need to have, because they understand, just like you understand who your grandfather is. You're not going to go running telling your grandfather about what the fuck was going on when he was a kid. Only our kids now do that because of the fucking internet. Arguing with me about what Jordans was out in fucking the 80s, nigga, you wasn't even born. I don't even think your mother was born, and you arguing with me about what was going on in the 80s, and I lived that shit. Matter of fact, my cousin, we sneakerheads, he still got the fucking sneakers. Like, I will fucking drag you to his house in a fucking headlock and make you eat them fucking sneakers if you're so confident. And we're not insulted that you wrong, insulted that you feel like you so right. Like, god damn. Now I'm crazy because you think you so right because you look something up on the internet. All that shit ain't on the internet, and that sound like a cop-out, but it really ain't. I don't know what to tell y'all. Old motherfuckers. So when we talk about tribal nations, motherfuckers could be talking to certain tribes, and they're not going to have the fucking information other tribes are going to have because they're younger. What do you mean they're younger? Well, didn't your grandmother, were you around when your grandfather was born? Did you even exist? No. He birthed you. He birthed your grandma, your mother or father. They went somewhere and they might have had 12 kids. And then they created a whole new group of people. See what I'm saying? This is how nations, so you got to think in terms, that's how nations form. Nations keep coming out of nations. So you'll have origin stories of nations that'll be connected to a certain location, but that's only the origin story in terms of when they emerged as a distinct nation. It doesn't mean that that's where they come from. It means this is when we became the Ojibwe, and we adapted to this environment and the resources that are available, and our dialect started to change because of this and that, and then we became our own distinct people. And then what they'll do is they'll overlay the general myth of that greater tribe on that area. If you want an example, all you got to do is look up the Aztec mythology. The Aztec could tell you they came, in their mythology, it says they came from a cave in Anunnaki Valley, right? But in reality, the Aztec migrated from North America up by the Great Lakes area. They migrated down in 1109. But when they migrated down, they planted their creation myth with them there. So you got all these people saying, nah, because they read their little motherfucking, they go in the little Wikipedia and they read the Choctaw creation myth, and it says we've been here forever. They talking about the earth. They ain't no GPS on that shit.
That's real.
But when you understand, yeah.
Now, I was just kind of wondering, like, the way I see it, because when people look at you, if they don't know you, you know, they're just gonna say, "Hey, man, he's a black guy. You know, he's an African American."
Yeah.
I know you're pretty fortunate to know your history. Matter of fact, you very fortunate to know your history. and your family and your ancestors and all that. But what I'm saying is, how many Lenni Lenape are lost out here thinking that they black and African American and don't know their history? Do you think it's a large contingent?
This is the thing. When we start talking about these different groups, like when you say Lenni Lenape, I hear family members, right? That's what I hear you say. You're saying Lenape like it's this large, obscure group. I hear family member, right?
Yeah,
so because I know the history and I know the interactions of the nations and the particular people in the communities, like I kind of know, we kind of know who and where those people who would be of African descent and Lenape descent are, because it's families, bro. And people are like really not understanding. When you talk about Indian nations, you're talking about families. In the same way you might have a cousin that married a white girl, and now you got cousins that don't look like you. It's the same shit, just on a larger scale. And if you have a family, there's no way you can't understand this. So what I'm saying is, yeah, are there people who are out here who are Lenape, who are many things and don't know it? Absolutely. This whole shit was designed to separate people of color from their connection to their tribal ancestry. That's what the whole thing is designed to do, right? But this assumption that everybody come from that, it's layers to this shit. Like, that's why we keep telling people it should go back to communities. Like, you can erase people. It's hard to erase whole communities, right? People talk about Tulsa. Very seldom do people talk about specific families. They might talk about the person that owned it. When we talk about the people that lost property and lost their lives, I don't hear people talking too much about individual names. They just say Tulsa because they're talking about a community. Because as people, it comes a point where you have to identify yourselves historically as a community. You know what I'm saying? And for some people, that community was the plantation, unfortunately. For myself, yeah, I was a part of my community too. I got ancestors that was on a plantation. I got ancestors that came on them slave ships. I know what port they came off on. All that shit. You know what I mean? And that's what helps us trace them. The communities they was in. I know I'm Indian because of the communities my family come from. That ain't got nothing to do with the genetics, the genetic makeup of myself. My community was a native community. So regardless of who married in and out that community, the practices and the ways and the history of that community is one of native people, of Lenape people, of Lenape and Cherokee people. Our history is connected, all that. See what I'm saying? So
yes, sir.
When people are really talking about not knowing, like, you're gonna know. You're gonna know. It's just a matter of what you know and how much you know of it, and developing that. See what I'm saying? If somebody's just telling you out the blue and you're like, oh yeah, and then you start thinking, you probably ain't got no Indian in you. But if you've been told in your family, or you've heard it, or it's like you grew up in areas that is like, I don't know, this shit kind of weird. Are we connected to this? You know what I mean? Then you start putting the things together, and if it's there, it's going to yield itself. If it's not, it won't. You know, like our purpose of showing how they changed your name on the census and all that. That's like, that's valid when you already have your own records. Then you can say, look, see, they changed this. Here are our records. Here's our community role, right? And people would say, like, what do you mean community role? Tribal roles, Dawes roles. People think that's something that the United States created. No, all our communities had our own community lists. That's what made you a community, right? Why? Because your communities would have grew out of business, out of people coming together to build together. See what I'm saying? So you would have kept records of the people in your community.
Yeah, receipts.
You know what I'm saying?
It's called receipts.
Yeah, whether it was oral traditions, And I can explain how these oral traditions happen in a very organic way, right? The same way that you have family members that pass on family names. That's to keep your connection to this community. See what I'm saying? These
Hey,
are
brother,
all
can I
things
add?
that, yeah.
I just want to add real quick that you know, people just watch movies. They're not very fond of books. You know what I mean? So so we'll watch Roots, but we'll never read Alex Haley's Roots, the actual book, right? And the book's always better than the movie, and they always leave out parts of the book when they make the movie. And one of the main things I'm getting at is that even in Alex Haley's Roots, the book, not the movie, he like Kunta Kinte, even Kunta Kinte, who we know is directly from Africa, Kunta Kinte's entire lineage became Native American. You feel me?
Yeah,
because
it
every
would be,
every
all
you know,
born
his
in
son,
America.
I mean, his daughter, his daughter married, you know, with a native, and then his son, you know, the whole lineage, even Kunta Kinte. You feel me? So there's a starting point for some, and people trying to take it beyond that, you know, but it's still, you know what I mean? Like there could be some truth here and there, but people just not looking at the whole scheme of things.
Well, this is the thing, bro. People thought this genealogy shit was going to be easy and they was going to open up some books, but they're not understanding that. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, when you have like, everybody knows Tulsa, right? It was one person whose land that was, and they opened that land up to other people, which means he started selling plots of land off. The moment you start selling plots, you have receipts, which are now lists of the people that live in that area. You know what I'm saying? This is not something that would have happened with fucking European people. Indigenous people would have done that too. I'll give you an example. Let's say, does anybody know what it's not an inlet, I forgot what it's called, an estuary is?
Yeah, estuary, yeah.
All right, so an estuary is like an inlet, right? And it's like right? So let's say within that estuary, certain animals lived in certain places. And you became accustomed to that. Right? You know that, okay, these ones be over here, these ones be here, and they all be placed, and you get accustomed to it, right? Then you start to notice, oh, that's a little order. It's an ecosystem. See what I'm saying? You start to put all shit together, and you say, oh, it's a whole structure here, right?
Families.
Then you as a people start to emulate that structure. So what happens is it creates a blueprint that's based on nature.
Solid.
So now when I'm talking about your family, right, there's blueprints that are based on nature that indigenous nations know to look to how to measure things, how to see things, right? They call it DNA. We call it matrilineal, right? You belong to your mother. See what I'm saying? All that, get rid of all that other shit, all the confusion. You know what I'm saying? You come from your mother's people, right? All these create a structure in your family and also creates a pattern that allows you to be able to identify who is who. And a lot of times when you understand the structure of nature and you are from a native family, you'll be able to see that structure implemented in your community. See what I'm saying? So you'll be able to look at certain roads in modern times and you draw up and you can see the estuary in what we call how the houses are set up in this neighborhood. And they can go, oh, that's an indigenous neighborhood. They could tell how the people built their homes and in the placements of it and shit like that. You understand? This is how
and that's how we live in like bro, that's right on point, because people don't know what a muskeg is. You feel me? Basically, what we're getting Muskogee from a muskeg, a creek, a bay, a bayou, a estuary, like you say, an inlet. They're not noticing that this is where you find us continuously, every part of the world.
Yeah,
and
but
matter of fact, you know, I can use the word moor also. A moor is also like that swampy land, you know.
Yeah,
So,
marshy land. Yeah. It could be
So,
a descriptive term if you're using it like that. Yeah, I ain't gonna argue that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I was always told that they referred to us as Moors because this is where they've always met us. Like when they try to creep up in their boot, when they creep up in their boats, we already there.
Yeah, I don't doubt that they referred to us as Moors and many other things. I just know first and foremost what we, as in my particular group, refer to ourselves as. So I don't care what they called us. I know what we call ourselves, and that's what we want to be known as first and foremost. Then we can say, yeah, they called us Moors, but that's not our identity. That's what they called us.
But I've studied. I've studied how the Delaware Moors, they don't even claim Mauritania. They don't claim none of that.
Who are the Delaware Moors? Let's get this over. Let's get this in right now. Who are the Delaware Moors? What do you know about the Delaware Moors? Who are they?
Lenni Lenape.
Nope, you're wrong. I'm gonna explain this to you, and I'm about to bring the article up. All right, so the Delaware Moors are a group of people of Spanish descent who shipwrecked in the state of Delaware. So by national descent, they consider themselves Moors because they are descendants of the Moorish population of Spain, and they shipwrecked in Delaware. That's got nothing to do with the Delaware nation of Lenape who live in Oklahoma. The Delaware nation of Lenape are called the Delaware because they are named after a river that's named after Lord Delaware. This is long before the state of Delaware ever existed, when they were calling us Delawares. It has to do with the river they encountered us. Now, when you go to the Delaware Moors, you're talking about a group of people in the 1700s, right? After the state of Delaware was established, who considered themselves of Moorish ancestry. They shipwrecked in the state of Delaware. From there, they formed.
Their story is different. Their story is way different than.
No, their story is not
Spain,
different.
And Spain and Mauritania.
No,
they don't claim Spain, Mauritania, none of that.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm about to bring it up after this. I'm just about to take you through it first. Those people intermarried with a group of Indians called the Nanticoke. The Nanticoke intermarried with the Lenape, right? So these Spaniards didn't intermarry with the Lenape directly. They intermarried with the Nanticoke, and then some of those families intermarried with the Lenape, right? So there was never no Delaware Moors that are Lenape people. The Delaware Moors are a community that lived in Delaware that grew out of the intermarriage of Spaniards, right, and some Nanticokes.
So what would you say about the?
Hold up. Well, no. You're not letting me finish. These people wanted to maintain their own identities. So they wanted to have their own schools. They didn't want to send their kids to the white schools. They didn't want to send their kids to the black schools. So they were petitioning for their own rights to be identified as their own people. And that's where the Delaware codes come from. Because those people fought for their right to maintain their identity as Moors. Those particular people, they're not Lenape. What people are doing is they're conflating the concept of Delaware Moors, meaning simply Moors who live in Delaware, with the Delaware nation of Lenape who live in Oklahoma. These are two completely different groups. Now I'm gonna go get the information and all the reports that break it down. And this is what these Moors be trying to do to tie themselves in, and they can't do it. And they know they can't do it around me. And I don't know, like, you ain't get the memo. Like that Lenape.
I know you very well. Trust me.
That Lenape Delaware Moor shit is just more sleight of hand. It's not real. They are misleading people.
Yeah, like those people are not connected with no Morocco, no Mauritania,
Nothing.
no Spain, none of that.
No, they're connected with the. Well, I'm gonna bring it up. Like I'll let them speak for themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like from what I've studied on them, they have a story like no other people that ever called themselves Moors.
Because they just talking about
really no one knows where they even got it from. No one knows where they got that from.
No, they know exactly where they got. I got stories about their grandmother, and all these people look white. All these people look white. Hold up. Yeah, because see, people keep throwing this around. But they don't
I'm gonna have to listen in from the chat.
All right.
I gotta take it. Me and my lady gonna make a move.
Yeah, all right, that's good. No problem. So let me get this out the way because they keep throwing this around. So here we have. This is from my website, but it's not my article. It's an article I published in my website. All right, but it's a historical article. You can look the article up for yourself. So let me see. All right, we on it. So these are one of the families of the people that are Delaware Moors. Moors of Delaware. See, that's a more accurate description. The Moors of Delaware. The Moors of Delaware. A look at a triracial group. An intermingling of races was one of the products which occurred with the early European exploration and settlement of the North American continent. Stemming from these earlier interminglings, there exists within the eastern United States today in numbers totaling between 50,000 and 100,000 persons, a variety of surviving localized strains of mixed blood people. Those called the Moors or the Delaware Moors are a group of such descent. All right. Growing up black, Newcastle County, Delaware. And these are actual black people, right? Because they made a distinction between the black people, the white people, and the Moors. In June 1953, the geographer Edward T. Price mapped the location of the chief populations of racially mixed groups in the eastern United States. Through the particular geographic distributions of these groups, Price indicated how environmental circumstances such as swamps or an inaccessible and barren mountain country favored their growth. Many of the groups were located along the tidewater of the Atlantic and Gulf Coast, where swamps, islands, or peninsulas have protected them and kept them alive. A portion of the Aboriginal blood which greeted the first white settlers on these shores, right? So what they're saying is these people are of Aboriginal ancestry. They're just the mixed descendants of the people, right? And because they were isolated in these certain areas, they were able to maintain their communities. Other pockets of these groups are located further inland in the western Piedmont area, backing up against the Blue Ridge and Alleghenies. A few of the groups are to be found along the top of the Blue Ridge and on several ridges of the Appalachian Great Valley just beyond. So now starting to talk about the Melungeons and people like that. All right. In addition to mapping the distribution and indicating environmental circumstances pertaining to these racially mixed groups, Price also noted a number of common phenomena related to them. These groups have been presumed to be part white with varying proportions of American Indian and Negro blood. Although a lack of solid documentation concerning the origins of a good number of the groups makes determination of racial composition uncertain. Due to their particular racial mixture, these groups are recognized as an intermediate social status, sharing lots with neither whites nor blacks, nor enjoying the governmental protection or tribal ties of Indian descendants. So it's already saying they're not being protected as Indians, right? So here's an article. The Delaware Moors, a curious people found in Kent and Sussex County, that's South Jersey. There has been much speculation about the so-called Moors living in Kent and Sussex County. These people are usually swarthy, black-haired, and black-eyed, though sometimes of a fair complexion. They are mostly farmers. They have their own schools distinct from the general public school system, and they associate neither with whites nor blacks. One theory has been that they are the Moorish race and that their ancestors were Spanish Moors wrecked on the coast more than a century ago. Another Indian tradition represents them as descendants of the Nanticoke Indians. So also what I did on top of this is I went and interviewed the historian of the Nanticoke Lenape about this particular story. And he had some enlightening things to say, and I recorded that. It's online. Old census records have indicated that the present number of mixed bloods have sprung from great reproductive increases of small initial populations of the groups. The predominance of a limited number of surnames within each group is present in its line with such a conclusion, and also indicative of their high degree of endogamy, resulting from their intermediate status and the relative geographical isolation from the mainstream populations. So these people that are known as the Moors of Delaware, right? They practice a high degree of endogamy. What is that? That's interbreeding amongst your own, right? Which, if done too excessively, is not healthy, right? So this is what these people were engaging in, to the point where they had to document it. So when Moors are referencing the Delaware Moors, is this who they're trying to tie themselves into to make a claim that they're somehow connected to the Lenape? Or are they fucking confused? High degree of endogamy resulting from their intermediate status and their relative geographical isolation from the mainstream population, characteristics of generally low education and income levels, as well as large families, tend to further mark the racially mixed group as members of the more backwards sector of the American nation. And this is who they trying to say is the Lenape, and who they trying to tie their Moorish whatever into. And they've been trying to do this for years. Whenever they say the Delaware Moors, this is who they talking about. I don't mean to be disparaging these people. I'm just reading what the fuck they wrote. While all of the aspects mentioned above are descriptive of similarities between the various racially mixed groups distributed throughout the eastern United States, one must also realize that each group is essentially a unique phenomenon. Each one stems from a particular intermixture of races and is related to a specific locale, with recognition of the group crystallized by a name applied either by the group itself or by the people surrounding them in their regions. That is how our communities were identified. Did you hear that? That's exactly how it went. Did all these white folks around here say, yeah, that's an Indian village? That's how our shit started getting recorded in the history books, right? Not because we self-identified, we knew who we were, but also because these other motherfuckers knew who we was too. Just like they knew who all these groups were, and they took precise records of these people. These Delaware Moors are one of them, right? So the phenomenon which Price noted as a common denominators in his analysis of racially mixed groups generally hold true for the people called Moors, who reside in the Kent and Sussex counties of Delaware and across the Delaware Bay in southern Jersey. Right? Ain't got nothing to do with Morocco, ain't got nothing to do with the Moorish Empire, ain't got nothing to do with shit but ancestry. Right?
That's
a little over 300. Here we go. Look. Concentrations consisting of members of this group are located in lowland tidewater areas of the two states, areas which are basically rural even today. See map figure 2. Moors make up the largest portion of the total population, a little over 300 persons. So we're talking about a community of 300. And these people want to say this is the Lenape Nation. Of the small community of Cheswold, Kent County, Delaware, Cheswold is about 5 miles north of the larger state capital, Dover. These people also inherit the rural area surrounding the Cheswold. A number of Delaware Moors make their homes in the in and around the small town of Millsboro and along the northern shore of the Indian River in Sussex County, Delaware. In addition to the Moors living in and around Cheswold and Millstone, Delaware, a similar but more dispersed number of Moor families live in rural southern New Jersey. One finds more families in farming territory outside of Bridgeton, Millville, and Violin in New Jersey. So when the Moors are trying to talk about it's Moors in Delaware and this and that, they're just talking about some people who have what they believe to be some Moorish ancestry. They're not talking about no full-fledged government. They're not talking about no Indians. You see, earlier it said these people were not provided the privilege or the protection of Indian nations. So how is the Moors saying they the Indians, let alone saying they Lenape? What has always been going on with all these groups is they make these outrageous claims, and then when they can't prove it, they fucking notice what's going on in the fucking Northeast, and they see all the mixed Indians up here who are living out our, or at least identifying as Indians, and really identifying with our communities, our tribal communities, and then y'all just say, oh, they trying to be Indian. Like, no, I'm a Sandhill. Like, I don't, like, okay, yeah, we're Indians, but no, I'm a Sandhill, right? Not knowing the nuances of what it means to be a part of these communities, just assuming now because we appear the way we appear, and we're tied to these communities, which are tied to native communities, y'all want to push the narrative that we're the real Indian. And then when we disagree with you and say, nah, this is who we are, this is how we came to be, this is this and that, now y'all want to say we hiding the truth, and you want to fucking relabel us as sellouts and all this bullshit. But this is what's been going on for 5-6 years. And they hide behind shit like this. It was the Moors doing it, now it's the Aboriginals. So I really ain't even got to go into this anymore. You know what I mean? It's a full article. It's talking about mixed blood people, which even destroys the whole concept of them being the original Aboriginals. Then why are you talking about the Delaware Moors if you're claiming to be the original Aboriginals? Because them people is all intermixed. Geography has played some part in setting the Moors start from the mainstream American population, but the racial composition of this group linked to their origins has played more primary role. A number of scholars have taken note of this group, which for the most part considered itself distinct from both Negro and white races. Researchers have examined their mixed blood characteristics and have endeavored to trace the precise origins of the Moors, discussing the physical appearance of the Moors, as well as the Nanticoke Indian descendants, to whom some Moors are related. See that? To whom some Moors are related. That's the Nanticoke Indian descendants. The Nanticoke married into the Lenape. So they're jumping all around. Some Moors married Nanticoke. Some Nanticoke married Lenape. That doesn't make the Delaware Moors Lenape. You understand? Now let's look. They're going to describe these people. Certain facial characteristics set them apart from both white and Negroes. The dark have brown skin, and the lightest resemble their white neighbors in complexion. Blonde, red, and sandy hair may be seen, but the majority have brown or black hair, either wavy or straight and coarse like that of the full-blooded American Indian. Kinky or woolen hair is not often seen. Straight noses and thin lips are typical. So they're describing to you a very multi-ethnic family. What's good, man?
Bro, look, I know you 3 hours in, but I would love for you to hear this, man. Now, I could play it off my phone, or I could put the link in the back. You could it's however you want, you know. But you gotta hear this, bro, because this idiot is talking about genealogy and tying genealogy to the Olmecs. This is why, you know,
there's no way you can tie genealogy to Olmecs.
I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this.
Who's saying this shit?
8-1 Holiday. These dudes are idiots, bro, and that's why, you know, people fall into what they call the abo ideologies, meaning I just get to freestyle and say whatever I want. Now you just broke down all that information, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna support your channel, man. I'm gonna support it because this is why I'm so toxic. I get upset because I was lied to and thinking that, okay, these guys know what they're talking about. And then once I stood long enough and realized these guys are just shooting what I call shooting from the hip. No aim, no nothing. Just grab the blicky and shoot.
These niggas is busting guns, hitting it. These are niggas that's hitting them babies out there, bro. That's who these niggas are.
Man, look. If you go to A1 channel, it's 2 weeks ago. It's make sure, make me get the title. Aborigine Strike Back, Dr. Ali Amaru at the 1 hour 50-minute mark. If you want, I'll put it in the chat. Or I'll just share the screen, however you want.
Yeah, you can share. Do I need to turn this over to you?
Give me 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Go ahead and drop it in. You can do what you do.
It's whatever.
I got a video. Nah, you go ahead. Do I need to turn it over to you or
yeah, just give me 1 second. Let me grab it on my computer. I was listening to you, and I was listening to my cell phone.
So that's what's crazy is that you talking about Ali, right? So I knew Ali when he was in the Nation of Islam. I remember when he was a Moor, right? But I remember like 12 years ago, I put up a video by a woman named Alumu Amaru She. Yeah, I put a video up about a woman. Her name is Alumu Amaru She. And she talked all about the Olmec. She talked about Zapotec. She talked about everything that Ali now talks about. Oh, what's that nigga call himself? Amaru She, Ali? Yeah, he stole this woman's name and he stole all her teachings. I got the video. So I don't know what to tell you, but I'm gonna play the video. So go ahead, do what you do. Because I've been had this and she talk about the Olmecs.
Yeah, I'm clipping it. I'm clipping it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna clip it. I'm definitely clipping. So I'm just pulling up hour and 50-minute mark. 1 second. And I'm coming to share the screen. 1 second. Let me go back 2 minutes. Because it's all of them. So it starts with this idiot A1. All right, and then the idiot how they doubles down on it. So check this out. And they talking genealogy talk, which they never show their records, Turtlegang. That's why I told whenever you talk to Sa, like tell Sa, bro, look, you need to do them debates, man. Because I told them, I already beat A1 and AP, but they won't do it on a big platform because they know it'll the little clout that they got left is gonna be delegitimized.
Bro, they don't even know when they lost.
Because only people that give
like
them clout.
These niggas, they think they be catching wins, and they just be like. That's why I don't like the debates because ain't no fact checkers. You ain't got no fact checkers to like. You don't a baseball game. It's an umpire. That motherfucker say, "Nah, nigga, you out." You don't say, "Nah." Ask the crowd. Do you think I missed? No, nigga. It's an umpire right here that says strike, nigga. Get your ass up out of here. They got to have fact checkers that are smarter than everybody that's motherfucking in the debate. But if they do that, that means they got to pay for it. That's a service.
Give me 1 second. 1 second. Mm-hmm.
That's what I tell them. Get some fact checkers, some unbiased fact checkers.
I feel you.
You can get programs, but then they're going to say, nah, that's that.
That's like to that baseball analogy. You know, I've seen it, bro. At baseball games, high school games, college games, somebody with a look will walk on the field and the umpire will change the whole call, bro. You know, just to satisfy that coach that may have a clout or somebody in the stands that may be supporting like the organizations. I've seen it all coming. Like baseball's a dirty, it's dirty, man.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm just saying that they at least have somebody in place.
Example, what I'm saying.
It's not like, we could talk about the corruption behind it, but you need somebody in place. You know what I mean? Like, even the NBA know, let's get some motherfuckers to check these replays. You see what I'm saying? Facts. Somebody got to check this stuff as they have in these debates. It's not much. It don't take much. But all it'll do is that'll end the debates because people will realize half these people ain't qualified to even have debates. Not and be charged for it.
Right.
Like, I'd rather go see a movie than try and hear Ali Muhammad convince somebody that there's gonna be some special dirt in America that niggas came out of. All right.
Whenever you're ready, Turtlegang.
Go ahead. How do I turn it over to you? Oh, add this.
Look, yeah, like that. There you go.
All right.
1 second. Hold on, StreamYard. Hold on, StreamYard's on my side. There you
go.
The Yamasi, right? Which I have descendants of Yamasi, Aniyawiya, as well as Timaconco. Most of my family was in the Florida region. My mother family, they was from like the Virginia, North Carolina, and all the way into Alabama region. So it's like, you know, as I spread out, my family is within them confines of them areas right there. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, hopefully here, because he talking genealogy. So I want to hear if he can connect them people, you know what I'm saying, to connect the Olmecs, which we already know. Like, I already know that you could connect them, but like through genealogy or tracing down, or even tracing the tribes. AP.
And we were talking about the Carusa and even the Olmec or the She culture, these people. So the point is that this culture was from the top of the America, North America, all the way down to the bottom. This was all the same culture of the same people. This is
right there. Now, I just
That's
listened to you for the last 2 hours teach on language and how language is what ties. Like, how can these idiots make these statements, bro? That's how I know it's a code.
Because they talking to people that don't know no better. Like, first of all, within any language, right? So just think about it. You got Latin, right? How many languages come from Latin? Right? A whole lot of languages come out of Latin. Spanish.
Whole bunch.
Whole bunch of them. Latin is like the main family group. And then all these other languages come from that. And the fact that all these languages come from that kind of tie all these different people together, right? So kind of all the Latin speaking people have a common history. See what I'm saying? Because they speak similar languages because they live close to each other. So they're all coming from a similar root, right? So that's how language works. So when you're talking about you have one group of people that speak a language, what you're really saying is the same way you're saying Latin has produced all these other languages. Here in the Americas, you do have one prototypical language amongst a group of people in the East that has created a bunch of different dialects of the same language. See what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean these people are all the same people in terms of like we're one generic people. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean from wherever. They're just saying that language group all speak a similar language. Now, the politics within those different people are going to be whatever they're going to be. But don't misconstrue the fact that they all speak a similar language as saying they're all one unified same people. What that language is going to afford you the ability to is to negotiate your way through these territories. And that language is going to be like you throwing your sign up. Motherfuckers going to know you not our set, but they're going to know you one of our sets. See what I'm saying?
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense.
It doesn't mean you can fucking walk through any territory as you want. They're they don't know the layers and the text and the different
context, facts.
Yeah, the context. They don't know none of the things about the shit, so they just saying shit. And it sounds interesting.
And the nuance.
But they don't know the nuances. They playing slow pitch softball. And we up here throwing this baseball 110, bro. About to throw my arm out. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They throwing slow pitch. And A1 knocking it out the park with this wiffle bat. Like, look at that. I told you. Like, sit your ass down, nigga. These niggas, get this nigga a helmet. Lock the back gate and send them in the backyard, bro. Let's send these niggas in the backyard. Make sure the gate is locked.
Not the wiffle ball.
Get these niggas the wiffle ball with the hole in it, bro. Send these niggas out back while the adults had these conversations. You know? Like your little kids, you talking, and little kid run up to you and want to get your, like, listen, adults talking. Y'all got to get your little asses in the back and take your big ass cousin with you. I know this nigga's 47, but take this big nigga out back with you. Get this nigga right.
Oh, God.
This grown ass baby right.
You killed me with the wiffle. But look, when they serve lunch, you know, you can't sit at the grown folk table. You gotta get the little kiddie table. 47-year-old.
You can't serve these niggas hot food, bro. You can't get these niggas forks. These niggas get applesauce, spoons, and sandwiches. You can't even get these niggas hot food, bro. They'll burn their top of their mouth, bro. Like, they'll blow on that oatmeal. Nigga done burnt. I told you, blow on the oatmeal. I'm trying to teach you. Yeah, bro. You gotta put a fucking piece of ice in their oatmeal, nigga. Slow your hungry ass down. These motherfuckers. Yeah.
Oh,
I know who these niggas are.
Bro, this dude said that he teaches at a college. It's no way. It's no way you a professor at a college, bro. It's no way.
What college?
He's never said. He just said he teaches he's a professor at college in Jersey.
Bro, man, listen. I'm about to play the real Amaru shit. How about that? How about we watch who the real Amaru shit? Is this all? That's everything you wanted to see?
Take this down.
That's what you wanted to see?
I mean, I could play. I mean,
like, bro, like, listen,
show, bro, like,
look, I'm just trying to build some. I'm just fucking around here. We just trying to get some viewers back in. You know what I'm saying? On deck, niggas been ran off because they believe in all these weird niggas. So I got to do whatever to start getting people to listen to some real shit, because we got a lot of things going on that we would love for the participation of the general public, at least, to be aware of it. Feel me? Like, so we just here.
Well, what D Calico is telling you is true. You got to get on. You got to promote yourself outside of YouTube. That's what I'm learning. YouTube, like, this is for some people, it's not a attractive talking point. People act like bloodline and genealogy is attractive, but when you actually do it, it's tedious. And people don't have the attention span. They think it's boring. There you go. So you got to promote outside of this, like D Calico said, because he's right. You get on TikTok, you blow yourself up on TikTok, and you bring the audience here. Because the ones already, you don't want the cult members. The cult members that are already on YouTube, their mind is indoctrinated. They're not moving. They don't want to accept new information, like real, true information through bloodline and lineage. They want a story, a fable tale. They want to be told that they're the Anunnaki, that they came here advanced. That's why I say this dude A1 believes in this crap. He thinks
what's crazy is
draconian stuff, all that stuff.
And this is what's crazy, bro. This is what's crazy. So I'm willing to give A1 all my Mars footage. I got some Mars footage from 20 years ago that they took offline 20 years ago. I'll give A1 all the Mars footage he wants. He can see the pyramids on Mars. I got all the shit, bro. Pyramids on Mars, the cities. He can get all that shit. I just need him to get the fuck up out of here. How about that? Take all this shit and get the fuck out the Eastern Woodlands. You can take all this Martian shit and you could go to Mars for all I fucking care. It's the biggest pyramids in the known universe on Mars, bro. It's 5-sided pyramids on Mars. All this Aboriginal, all this Tartarian, all this shit is on Mars, bro. Everything. These niggas should really be thinking about claiming Mars. And if they want to get serious, I will give them the Anunnaki. I will give them the Igigi. I will give them all the books. I'll give them everything. They can have Mars. They can have all this shit. Just stop lying on what's going on in the Eastern Woodlands. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Stop using our history to push y'all false narrative.
That's
Now,
it, bro.
When these Olmec niggas come for Ali, we're gonna see what happens. But here go the real. This woman's name is
all right.
Lamu Amarushi.
When I knew I was coming to San Francisco, I knew I had to come to San Francisco City College because I'm in charge of the museum that has the most important collection of Olmec artifacts and monuments in the world. And the replica of the colossal head that you have here is a replica of the original head that we have in the museum in Jalapa. So this is an invitation for you to come to Jalapa and visit our museum where we have 7 colossal heads. That's the biggest collection of colossal heads and other monuments.
So this is the woman that introduced
so
all this science that
answer some questions that you
Ali
have about
is
the
running
head
with.
that you see every day, or maybe just give you new questions, and that will be good enough for me. Because it is true that for the Olmecs, we probably have more questions than answers.
So these are the experts.
Let's start finding us in
Right.
space. This is Mesoamerica, as you
Yeah, I've
very
seen
well
this
know.
lady before.
Most part of the today Mexican
She's the real
territory
Amarushi.
and part of Central America. And it is divided into several areas, and you will find the Olmecs right in the Gulf Coast. You see the area divided by the green line is the Gulf Coast. That's what how we divide by cultural areas Mesoamerica. And the Olmecs developed in the southern part of that area. And in fact, it is the first civilization in Mesoamerica. Just to find
She didn't say the world, she said
to
Mesoamerica.
give you an idea of time, you can see how the Olmecs are the first civilization, 1200 to 400 BC.
No.
And that's much more before the rest of the cultures that you probably have heard about. The most famous are always the Mayans and the Aztecs. And we know many more things about Mayans and Aztecs because when the Spaniards came, those cultures were alive, and the chroniclers wrote a lot about those peoples. But the Olmecs had long ago disappeared. So that's why we don't have documents written in an European language about Olmecs. And so as the farther we go in time, the more questions we have, and it's purely archaeology what we can do. For the Mayans or the Aztecs, we have historic documents or things that give us more information.
All right, so that's all I really wanted to. I'm gonna get into this video a different time. Somebody can go and watch the video all they want. So what I'm showing is that this woman who introduces all this information, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's a part of, the research team. She's got her hands on. You know what I mean? She's gonna let you know that they don't have any information really on the Olmecs, let alone let somebody tell you they're a descendant of the Olmec. If a motherfucker ain't walking out of some jungle in South America telling you he's the descendant of an Olmec, he probably ain't no descendant of an Olmec. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's not to say people ain't descendants of the other groups who was in Mesoamerica, but the Olmecs disappeared 1,000 years before the Aztecs came into the area. The term Olmec is an Aztec word. So as she's telling y'all, they don't have any European information or recordings about the Olmec. So for these people to be trying to tie themselves to the Olmec is crazy. It's like trying to tie yourself to this is 1,000 years ago. My 7th great grandfather was 16 in the 1600s. That's my 7th great grandfather. So you're talking about 1,000 years ago. More than that. Talking about 3,000 years ago. That's how old the Olmecs are, because we're in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
How is anybody doing genealogy that's taking them back to some people 3,000 years old?
Oh, I got another video for you. Hold on. I'm glad you just reminded me. I got some.
How are you even mentioning a group of people 3,000 years old if you can't mention the people that come from them? And they don't even know who came from them because they disappeared.
Funny.
This shit is insane.
Oh God, I'm glad you said that. You just reminded me, Turtlegang. I gotta play this video, bro. This gonna be funny, bro. Oh man, these people are crazy, man. These people are crazy. Give me a second to find it. And while you say that, that's what made me, when I first came in to this knowledge, this information, question. I thought there was no way that you can get past 1790. I didn't know about, colonial records back then, but I know you ain't getting to no BC period either, though.
If you got European ancestry, you can get back real far, right?
Facts.
You can get back close. I know people who have traced their European ancestry back to like not BC, but back pretty far. See what I'm saying? But that's because them niggas is tied into wars and kings and shit like that. See what I'm saying? Like, so they're just tracing their bloodline back. But you not tracing your shit back, and you just a regular nigga that they've been hiding shit from you, so-called, and then you didn't trace your shit back to the Olmec, and you talking Olmec, you talking delusional.
Thank you.
That's delusion, bro. Because you think you think Biggie look like an Olmec. So you just gonna claim something. You think you put Dane Calloway's big ass head. So Dane Calloway, you saying you look like a fucking swollen ass, look like a swollen rock head. That's what you look like. Like, listen, them Olmec heads were carved out of the chief's throne. The chief's throne was a big square block. So the reason why they look the way they look is because and this lady goes through all of that. That's why I put it aside, because I really don't want to show that. I want to use that for something later. But they carved the heads out of these giant colossal stones, right? So they're already going to have that shape to them. They also have something where they combine your appearance with that of a jaguar. It's like animism. That's what's called animism, right? Yeah, Kemet does it.
Facts.
All cultures do it, right? So the mushed in look of the face has to do with them also morphing in the jaguar face. That's why it looked mushed. But all this has to do with cultural, you got to have a cultural understanding of it. Each helmet has a signia on top of the helmet, which ties it to its clan, right? It's a whole bunch of stuff on there that they don't talk about. How do I know? I went there in 2008. I got video. I got it all sitting in my computer. I put some on. But yeah, so when I like I say, you cop the book, I booked the flight. You niggas can't tell me shit. You know what I'm saying? I went to 6 locations and filmed it all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It's different when you're looking at it from the internet. It's different when you're looking at it from the internet versus when you can actually touch the art.
Yeah. Let me tell you, them Olmec heads is big. You gotta get on a ladder to really see everything. Them shits are huge.
Wow,
they're huge. Right? I stood on the mother mound of the Olmec culture. Okay, you got the video in here? All right.
Yes, sir. Now watch this. Now you just heard this genealogy mess, right? Now watch this. This is YK checking this idiot. This is AP. So we heard A1. Now we're gonna hear AP.
Show me the Africans that give us love.
That's what we be teaching them. You've been telling us that it's a fact. I know I'm not an African. We done did our genealogy. I done looked at my lineage. I know my culture. I know where my people's at.
You told the people that
You couldn't find you in your genealogy. Is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Idiot.
Yes, sir.
There was people already here long before slave trade. There was people here long before people started migrating out of Africa.
Go. Genealogy fails.
Well, genealogy isn't the tool to find out there thousands of years ago. So
I know I'm not an African. We done did our genealogy.
So you just heard in the clip before, A1 and Holiday talking about thousands of years of history and genealogy being taught, but then they little brother AP goes completely 180 and contradicts their whole talking point because they all won. They all form like Voltron. So now he's saying he goes thousands and thousands and thousands. Let's hear it back one more time. This dude's an idiot.
It's smoking mirrors,
long before slave trade. There was people here long before people started migrating out of Africa.
Go. Genealogy fails.
Well, genealogy isn't the tool to find out that you was here thousands of years ago.
Thousands. What is that? Thousands and thousands.
Genealogy. I done did my shit. I done looked at my lineage. I know my culture. I know where my people's is.
Used to reconstruct history from thousands and thousands of years ago.
What's the farthest you go back, AP? AP, what's the farthest you go back?
Hey, Turtlegang, watch this.
See, once again, that's a trick question because we have
exactly
crickets. So YK asks, well, all right, if those thousands and thousands, you know what I'm saying? So he asked them, it was crickets.
Thousands and thousands of crickets. Thousands and thousands of crickets, nigga. Fuck it was. Who that little nigga that taught Pinocchio was a cricket, right? Jimmy the Cricket, right? Thousands and thousands of crickets. That's who taught these niggas. And you see what fucking Pinocchio be doing. That nigga be lying, nose growing. Thousands and thousands of crickets, nigga. Fuck up out of here. Can't run from the truth. The truth shine on all four corners of the universe, bro.
Facts, bro.
Thousands and thousands of miles of the fuck out of here. What kind of opening act is this nigga?
Oh,
like your manager's setting you up. This is thousands and thousands of crickets. Shut your hold up. I don't know. See, this nigga talked today about some fucking. See, I don't know. I don't know. Man. And hey, yo, but hold up. Nah, man, hold up. Real quick, though. You fuck with the nigga Tyron. He the king of this shit, king of delusion. That nigga need medicine. You know that, right?
No. Tyron, my man, bro. The thing with Tyron is this though. When you really talk to Tyron, because people get me misconstrued. When you really talk to Tyron,
you know I used to talk to Tyron, right? You know I used to talk to him before you talked to him. Yeah, see, this nigga don't be telling y'all. He don't tell you how niggas got my number, used to be talking to me, asking me for things, and then the nigga lost his mind when he started fucking with these niggas. Yeah, that's why he thought he could get personal and say my mother's name. And I don't play that.
Why I ain't catch that? Well, sometimes I got
Tyrone a sucker, bro. Like he the type of nigga you don't want to be around because you'll catch his beef, bro.
We having to get on. Okay. I'm gonna talk to him about that because I wasn't aware of that. But yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Like one thing
I used to take the time to talk to Tyron. You know what I mean? Then he decided to switch up and be a part of this disrespectful movement. You know what I mean? And they want to jump in with these other people. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, he used to ask me he used to want me to give him stories so he could create a comic book because he draw. But he don't know I come from a whole family. Yeah, but I come from a whole family of people who can draw. That's what we do. I'm not giving you none of my family stories so you could fucking create a comic book. Fuck the matter with you? This is called cultural appropriation, bro. You niggas don't even know what you're talking about. Niggas want to take my story and make a comic book out of it and think I'm like supposed to be like, okay, yeah, here, white man, take my story. Fuck out of here. Same roots, nigga.
I feel you on that.
Yeah,
bro. I feel you on that. You know.
Yeah, he didn't even realize what he was saying to me because he don't understand. So I should just be like, whatever. I gave him a story, but it was a story about the first Africans that came here. He wasn't happy with it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, like what you told me earlier, right? About, you know, the 5-year example that you gave me a couple hours ago. I rock with that, bro. Because when you toxic, man, and you burning bridges, you know, you don't have a focus, you don't have a vision. You just focused on destruction. And I've been there. I'm 33 today, man. So for me,
happy birthday.
No, not today, but I'm
my birthday. 33.
Yeah, I'm 33.
Oh,
I'll be 34 in November. Yeah, pardon me. But being this age today, man, for me, you know, I look at the brother Tyron, which, you know, I'm not gonna shit on him, but I will tell him about what you told me, and we're going to have a conversation because we don't disrespect ancestors, man. You know, that's not what we do. So
no, he ain't say nothing disrespectful about my mother. He just called me by my mother's name. Like he called me, like I ain't tell you, like, don't talk to me like you know me, bro.
Okay, I
misheard you. Don't know what.
Nah,
it's like this. You don't.
Yeah,
nah,
I misheard you.
My middle name is my mother's name, but people don't call me that. You know what I'm saying? So why would you say that not knowing how that's going to affect me? See what I'm saying? My mom been gone for years, bro.
Right.
Lost my mom when I was young. That shit hit me different. Feel me?
Condolences.
I'm human, nigga.
Sorry. Condolences.
Man, that shit hit me different, man.
Condolences, yeah, man.
My mom ain't been here in over 25 years. You feel me?
Sorry for you lost, bro.
No, I mean, it's a part of my life. It ain't nothing I can't. I'm just saying I don't like niggas just saying whatever, you know what I'm saying? Especially not him. I ain't like that shit. But like I said, bro, if he gonna be straight up and be reasonable, you know what I mean, we can build. But if he gonna come here with that circus shit he on, I ain't gonna tolerate none of that shit. I don't need that shit. I don't need this shit, bro. Like I'm trying to share shit like we've been doing for years. We move the way we move, whether motherfuckers fuck with us or not. Everybody else trying to figure it out, and we trying to show y'all we got the shit figured out. You know what I mean? And if nothing else, we can help you. You know what I'm saying? We can't do nothing. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, come on, man. Niggas,
that's what
niggas trying to be example to change, huh?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to go back on what you said earlier, because you know, when you were breaking down my situation, I'm gonna take that home, man. I'm gonna take that to heart. You know, look how much further somebody could be when they focus, you know, and not on the BS. You know, number one, you network. Like networking is major. You know, because once you start burning bridges and cutting ties, you know, you may come back, you know, and need that person, bro. Like that person may have something that you need, but now because you know burnt that bridge, you know, you're not gonna be able to use them as a resource now. That's something that I had to learn. So, I respect what you said, bro, onto that, because me being 33 today, you know, in the next 10 years, number one, I'm not gonna stop. So in the next 10 years, you know, I want to push past where I am today, you know, by miles, by thousands and thousands of miles, you know what I'm saying? Because I felt like I wasted a lot of time beefing. I wasted a lot of time, you know, not knowing who I was until I knew who I was. So however the ancestors hooked it up and blessed me, bro, you know, to find my family story, I'm appreciative. And like I said, you bang on bloodline. So as long as you bang on bloodline, you know, and you banging on language, I can respect that. So I'm telling you, without saying, I'll just say straight up, I can learn from you. And yeah, we can build, we can do it in peace. You know, I'll offer this to everybody, bro. It's just I don't like people trying to disrespect because I may or somebody else may be new to this knowledge. You know, like you said earlier, knowledge itself is key. Knowledge itself is the foundation. So I'm not gonna lie to somebody on bloodline issue. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm just telling the truth. That's why I'm so transparent.
When you seeking knowledge, right? Just like anything in life, you got to vet out who you seeking the knowledge from. Are these people worthy?
I had to learn. That's
like,
a
listen,
fact.
bro, listen. Your mind is a filing cabinet, and once something make it into your filing cabinet, all you need is a key word or a trigger word to access that. So when you allow niggas to put shit in your fucking filing cabinet, know that it's there. And I'm telling you, it's like hypnotism. Motherfucker say, Olmec, motherfucker, boom, pull that file out. Yeah, look at this goddamn statue head. You know what I mean? And they just go right. So you got to be careful who you allow to place files in your head. You got to vet these niggas, and then you got to vet the file they're going to put in your head. Even after you vet a nigga, you got to vet every file he try to give you. See what I'm saying? Because even a nigga that's not being malicious could hand off some wrong information. Right? But guess what? If you've measured the person's character, you'll be able to tell the difference between the nigga that's trying to deceive you and the nigga that's been deceived itself. That's the one thing I can see in life. I can tell who's been deceived and who trying to deceive. And I can even tell who's dumb enough to not even know that they trying to deceive. Some of these niggas is too dumb to know what they doing. Other niggas, they just smart enough to know what the fuck they doing so they can be held fully accountable for that shit. You know what I mean?
Turtlegang, let me ask you this real quick. Can you see the light? Can you see the light in people though? The potential?
Yeah, everybody got potential. But this is why when I say it, go back to, yeah, you can see the light in somebody. If they don't see it in themselves, don't waste your time with them. See what I'm saying? Because it all go back. Yeah, Can they see the light in themselves? Yeah, but they got to see past that dark place that got them stagnant. Whatever it was that happened to you as a child, if you ain't processed that shit, you still going to be acting out in ways you're going to be triggered by shit that happened to you from before. So the thing about most people is they don't want to deal with that. And they avoid responsibility of whatever the fuck happened to them somewhere in their life. You know what I mean? It could have been self-inflicted. Could have been something that other people did to you. They just kind of hide from shit. And that fucks with their personality and how they feel about themselves. And that's where this self-hate come from. Come from some shit that happened to you when you was young. So until a nigga figure that shit out, a nigga gonna keep being the way he is. And then they're gonna look up and they 47 and they ain't figured it out and they still acting like a fucking kid. So yeah, I can see the light in motherfucker, but I can also see that in motherfuckers. See what I'm saying? I can also see when a nigga in his own way.
Facts.
And then he gonna pull you in the way with him. Nope. Getting the fuck away from these niggas. I'll be the nigga staring at you from across the street. I'm only staring because I don't want you coming around here. Don't come over here. I ain't looking at you because I'm interested. I'm keeping my eye on you so you don't fuck around here with that shit. But yeah, you know, nigga, everybody got the potential to grow. Every day you wake up, every moment, every breath you take, you got to take a chance to change direction. You know what I mean? And everything you should be trying to refine yourself every day and be a better person and learn from the mistakes you made yesterday. Even in your victories, you made some mistakes. So anybody that's trying to get better,
I want to ask you a cultural question because that's something that I see across different cultures. I'm not saying it's the exact same. I'm just saying similarities of healing. Like healing seems to be, the order of the day for a lot of people and a lot of cultures. Myself included. Like every time you say that, bro, going back to childhood, I think that's something that's that's undervalued, that's overlooked. The stresses and traumas that we receive, like you said, whether it's self-inflicted or somebody did something to you. But until you deal with that, you know what I'm saying, it's going to make you stagnant. I'm not going to break it down. I'm going to just say this. all right, because it's your platform. I'm not gonna say too much, but I had some issues as a child, and that's what these idiots like to do. They like to take part of my story and flip it, and then try to, make fun of people's traumas, man. That's why I say to be 47 years old and to be speaking about I sought law and master, and I had to come out my lower self and say one. Yo, my dude, yo, the more talk, like, bro, you using other people's trauma and throwing it in their face, and you tell your audience not to rock with that person because of a particular that has nothing, so that they may not even have been in control of. So, like I say, for me, that's what turned me all the way off with these guys, man, because it's a colonizing mentality. If you go against protocol, if you go outside of what they deem standard procedure, then they have to shut you down. That's why I say I don't want to be a part of a cult. I'd rather be a part of my bloodline.
Yeah, that's all you got. Because guess what? Even in your bloodline, you have to deal with bullshit. So you might as well be dealing with people that you love and you would die for, rather than deal with motherfuckers who you don't even really know. So yeah, like,
agreed.
Yeah, all that little beef you got with them niggas and all that little misunderstanding, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, you're gonna have that with your own family. You don't need that shit from other motherfuckers. But like I said, this shit go back to, all right, so the only, like, to move forward, you just gotta take full responsibility for that shit. You allowed them niggas, you gave them niggas access to certain information about yourself. You know what I'm saying? And you trusted them and all this shit, and just say, okay, I gotta move different. So the only person you can control is you. Only person you're responsible for is you. You know what I'm saying? So
that's a fact. That's a fact.
You just continue to,
and that's but
like,
that's why I do apologize. See, me, bro, one thing, I do have a big ego, but I'm also in control of it at times. I ain't gonna say 100% because sometimes my ego gets out of control. But for me, that's why I apologize, Turtlegang, because that's me humbling my ego.
True indeed, and that's good for you. Like, that's medicine that you need. See what I'm saying? I don't need that medicine, but that's good for you, and I recognize that. That's not me saying that in a way that's like, listen, a lot of people be looking for forgiveness from others. The person you need forgiveness from the most is yourself. So even by you doing that, that's you acknowledging to yourself. It don't matter how I receive it. That's how you free yourself from all this shit. See what I'm saying? I see it for what it is, because you asked me before, do I see potential in people? Yes, and I told you I see when people are misled. So all the shit that you ever said to me, I was out of line, I knew the program it came from. See what I'm saying? It just sounded like some regurgitated program. Like you said, oh, you're a dirty Moor, sir. I'm like, okay, he probably either got that from this person or that person. See what I'm saying? I knew that wasn't even your thought. That was a file a nigga put in your head. I knew I was talking to a robot. Now I'm probably talking to the real person. But that, I knew it was a robot. You see what I'm saying? Because I had these experiences before.
Right. And that's why I can't talk to the man. Instead of talking about the man, let me go talk to the man. And let him define who he is. And then we could build. Because I had an issue with anybody that was attaching themselves to more. I took that personal for no reason. Like, bro, my reasoning was because it was
attaching themselves to what?
Say again?
That was attaching themselves to what?
Yeah. So I had a personal issue. Like, anybody that acknowledged any type of Moorish lineage or any type of Moorish history, I took it personal. Because the same person that A1 studies with, I say his name, bro. His name is Coda. He likes to hide behind closed doors, right? The same person that A1 got all this nonsense from was also teaching me some of this nonsense. I told you, he said that he's the chief of the Iroquois Confederacy. He has 300 plus acres in Virginia, and he's got land in St. Lucia, and he's able to leave in and out the country with no passport. All lies. He also said he's a Coda Key Bay.
Yeah, I heard that, dude.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, he's a scumbag, man. You know, he
Yeah,
likes to,
niggas
like I
is
said,
lunatics.
yeah, he likes to hide behind closed doors, and like he teaches, he just doesn't teach on open platforms anymore. But if you look up one and type Coda Key Bay, he's got 2 bills on A1's channel. That's where A1 gets that Ahano Key L. The key comes from Coda.
Okay. Yeah. Them niggas
So
trying to recreate themselves.
That because, like I said, he's a pretender who was a Moor, and I just took it personal, you know.
Yeah, the Moors kind of gave birth to that whole Aboriginal platform, and then they added a whole bunch of extra shit in on it. Now they to the point of delusional. But yeah, it's definitely more sitting in the back, kind of orchestrating and dipping and that, you know. I got documents about my tribe, about my family, right? About our history. And even within them documents, I'm like, who the hell tried to put this Moorish shit on here? Like I can see certain languages slipped in. North Gate. I'm like, hold up. Who helped y'all write this out?
Right.
Oh, we had we had this guy knew the law, so he was helping us make sure we wrote our constitution out properly. I'm like, yeah, but this North Gate shit, this is some fucking Moorish shit. Oh, well, see, they was talking to motherfuckers who trusted that they knowledge of the law and what they would do because they getting paid to be an advisor. Oh, you know the law? Okay, well, shit, help. We about to do this. Yeah, we rather work with you than work with them because you a black man, right? We all people of color, so come on, bro. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, fucking with people because they say they know the law when really they these Moors, and now they sitting with real people who got real connections as advisors because they being hired because of the capacity of the knowledge they have, and they slipping this bullshit in. See what I'm saying? Like, these Moors been on this shit for a long time. When they talk about George Washington, right, and the chopping down of the cherry tree, watch this. Right, and the Moors try to tell you it is related to Noble Drew Ali, and the Moorish flag is the cherry tree, and it represents them defeating the Moorish government, all this shit, right? All this mythology. So this is an image right here of 1 Cherry Street. All right. The Samuel Osgood House. All right. Where was the first White House in New York? The first presidential mansion was the Samuel Osgood House at 1 Cherry Street in Manhattan, which Washington occupied from April 23rd to 1789 to February 23rd, 1790. So when people try to say the first White House was in Philadelphia, what history are you talking about? First White House was 1 Cherry Street in New York. All right. What's the history? In the late 1600s, Cherry Street was a small roadway that ran parallel along the East River and served as a pathway to New York City Mayor Thomas Delaval's cherry orchard. Y'all see that? Cherry orchard. In early years, Cherry Street began near Pearl Street in the present-day approach to the Brooklyn Bridge. So, what is the significance of this cherry orchard? Right? 1600s, it's being owned by this European. But prior to that, this is where you don't know culture. Cherry tree orchards, right? Elm trees, places like that were sacred places. That's why that treaty in Pennsylvania is under the elm tree, right? So we do so the cherry orchards, these certain orchards, is where the chiefs would meet to discuss government business. So that's where you could say the conventions of all the chiefs would come. That was a sacred place where the chiefs came to conduct government business. All right. So that's where the mythology of the cherry tree comes from, and the government being represented by the cherry tree, because these Europeans knew that this cherry orchard was a sacred place for the chiefs when they came to have meetings, right? So this is how the tradition of the first White House being in that place, this is where it comes from. It comes from Lenape traditions, not no Moorish tree being chopped down, right? Now, I'm gonna go here. And this is why I jumped down. This is why I got at Top Cat yesterday, because he mentioned Kieft's War. So here we have on February 25th, 1643, the Dutch governor William Kieft launched simultaneous attacks on the Quesquequi and Tappan and encampments at Corlear's Hook and at Pavonia on the Hudson River. Between both sides, 120 native men, women, and children were massacred. All right, so that's what took place at Corlear's Hook. Where is Corlear's Hook located? On Cherry Street, right? It was once a part of the cherry orchard where these people went and hid in the cherry orchard thinking they would be safe. And they were massacred there. All right. So this is why I got at Top Cat yesterday, because he's going to mention Kieft's War, but not talk about the people that actually were massacred and suffered, right? Mm-hmm. And all this takes you back to what I'm talking about is the mythology that the cherry tree that the Moors talk about had something to do with their government. You know what I'm saying? It had everything to do with what happened to the Lenape here in New York. Now, we can go down there right now to the building that stands in the place of where this building was, right? This is where it all happened. This is where these things was happening. It's where the massacre was happening. This is where the presidential house is. It's like down here in this area. But all this was where the cherry tree orchard was. All lower Manhattan, in the area that would ultimately become New Amsterdam. All right, but they were killing people off. Here goes the plaque. Oh, damn. Here goes the plaque. I just showed it on the last page. But that plaque still sits on the building. Still sits on the building that sits in that place in New York right now. See what I'm saying? So this is real history that motherfuckers is really connected to. And it ain't got nothing to do with the Moors. But I can show you how they keep trying to hijack everything. And this is what the Abos are doing. They keep talking their stuff, but when they want to show and prove, they got to come up here and talk about something that happened in the Eastern Woodlands to prove their point. And then when we disagree with them, now they got issues with us and they saying we sellouts. And we like, nah, Dane Calloway is in court right now for what? For using a picture of a Shinnecock woman. Shinnecock are from Long Island. They're a mixed tribe. If you talk to them, you say, are you black? They're going to say, we Shinnecock. If you say to them, are you white? They're going to say, we Shinnecock. If you say, are you Indian? They're going to say, we're Shinnecock. Right? You'll be looking at him going, well, you look like a black dude to me. See what I'm saying? But they're going to say, we Shinnecock, because it ain't how what the outside public think, right? We're not driven by exonyms. Right. We know who we are. We operate that way. And because of that, the other people outside of our community identify us as that way. Simple as that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's as simple as that, because the people operate in that manner. You know what I mean? That's what makes you who you are, not because of your admixture. At this point, we all suffered colonization. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? So our former lives were interrupted. We were all doing what we had to do to survive. Congratulations, you survived. You're here because your family survived. Now let's pick up the pieces and move the fuck forward. Stop pointing the finger. We know what the fuck the problem was. Pointing the finger back, like we say, be like, yo, I'm living life in first place. I don't know what you niggas doing until you catch up. See what I'm saying? These niggas starting to catch up to some of the truth. So I hear them yelling our shit up in these woods. So now I'm starting to say, hey, what's going on? I'm hearing some yelling going on in the woods. Hear some niggas talking Chief Tammany. I'm hearing some niggas talk this and talk that. I got to see what's going on because I'm hearing y'all. So they catching up. See what I'm saying? You can't get around this Lenape history if you're going to talk this United States shit. Tariq Nasheed, all them niggas going to have to come here. If they want to talk this foundational Black American shit, they're going to have to come deal with what was going on out here. They're going to have to go deal with what was going on with the families in Louisiana. They're going to have to deal with what was going on with the families in Florida, right? In Virginia, in South Carolina. In these places where these foundational places that laid the foundation for the United States were at. That's who you got to go talk to, right? Talk about the people that were affected in the 1600s. Not people that was, you talking about 1800s. Shit was already settled. Shit was over with. After that Revolutionary War, shit was over. What was your people doing before the Revolutionary War? What cities did y'all create? You know what I mean? What jurisdictions did y'all have? I know which ones my people had before the Revolutionary War. Exactly. And we got the documents. I know the lands my African ancestors owned before the Revolutionary War. That means before the United States existed, my African ancestors owned land here in junction with they native family members. That's what I know, and that shit predate the United States. So I don't know what y'all niggas talking about. These niggas up here talking about codes and talking about domestic jurisdiction. If your people was really here before the United States, you're gonna have some
from homeboy.
You're gonna have some records that show you here before the United States, and then you stand on that. It don't matter if you're Indian or if you're African. You was free owning land before 1776. Stand on that. Don't matter what you was. That's foundational. Ain't got shit to do with nothing. Got shit to do with whether or not you was here owning land. What contributions did you make? What buildings, what cities did you make? Go look up Paterson, New Jersey. My people laid the bricks in Paterson. We laid the foundation of multiple cities out here in Jersey. On record. So I don't know what these niggas talking about. A1 live out here. He like whenever he finally wake up to this shit, well, he did say to me, I admitted you Lenape. I gave you credit for being. I don't need you to give me credit for shit. I need you niggas to stop fucking saying our name and stop trying to tell our story. Yeah, I don't need you to accept me for nothing. Stop saying our name. If you know we here, then let us tell our own story. Stop doing that shit. Everybody crying about.
And I was
yeah, these niggas want everybody to let them tell their story. Yeah, completely.
Right, but they want to tell the story. They want to call. Look, he said the other day, why wouldn't you want to be Aboriginal? You can tie Aboriginal to Cherokee. Like he's like saying, like basically like for you Lenape. He wants you to call yourself Aboriginal Lenape or Aboriginal Cherokee. Or
you know why? For the same reason that the Moors wanted me to call myself a Lenape Moor, because they know I'm the real one, and if they can attach themselves to me in any way, it gives them credibility. I've been going through this shit forever. I know what these niggas want. They want you to co-sign they bullshit because you already been accepted. But they don't understand. It's not me that is accepted. My community been accepted forever. I'm just letting people know this is the community I'm from. And they're going, oh, okay, yeah, we know y'all. The other people don't get that. They think that they're accepting me. No, they're accepting that they know historically my community is this. So regardless of what I look like now, when I say I'm Sandhill, these niggas know, oh yeah, we know the Sandhill. Yeah, they be fucking with niggas. They look black now, but they Sandhill. That's just what it is. Why? Because we were connected to the Underground Railroads. We the Indian, I come from the Indians that was helping free the Africans. My family helped free over 10,000 slaves in the Underground Railroad, and it's documented.
That's dope. That's dope, man. That's dope. That's why it's hilarious, man, to say that these people kick, not you per se, but these people kick people off that are out the community when your community is a YouTube account that you don't own.
Yeah.
You had
this shit
you had to sign terms and agreements, and you don't own this YouTube. It's not real. Facts. That's why I tell the Pan Africans, abos are only real on the internet. Once they close their computer, sign out their cell phone, it's back to being black and whatever else that they are in real life.
Mm-hmm. And that's fine. Like, because guess what? Wherever they live, they could be involved in their community. They could be involved in their community.
Right. Wherever
they at. Now, like I said, I don't know. I be feeling like niggas be feeling some type of way because they don't got no fucking active community. But it's somebody in your community is active. Like, yo, you can go do something, be a part of something, and get busy. Yeah. And create a life for yourself because that's what you do. I'm an activist. And this is what I've been doing. I've been doing it for years. That's why I can show video upon video upon video upon video of me out here helping people, of me being involved in organization with people and giving them a voice. You know what I mean? Because I have a platform. I've always had a platform. I just fell back. You know what I'm saying? I just fell back in the past few years. And now these abos came and just ruined the conversation. Now niggas, like I said, now I gotta fucking sit up here and go through the shit I'm going through because niggas can't tell motherfuckers apart because these niggas is using our pictures. You know what I mean? But now we've been put this information in place. These niggas took the shit and tried to rewrite it. That's why we putting up these old videos of Two Hawks and of myself talking about shit 7 years ago. These niggas wasn't talking like that 7 years ago. They was watching our videos and then trying to fucking slander our name so people wouldn't go to the source of who was bringing this information. Like, nigga, I was sitting having conversations with Ali Muhammad before he was doing his lectures. I don't mean before, like, I mean, literally, he's about to go do his lecture. Because, nigga, I used to be filming these lectures. I used to be a part of the film crew. I was the film crew at one point. I filmed for King Simon. I filmed for Sarnetta. I filmed for everybody in the conscious community that wanted a dope professional video. I filmed it for them. I edited for them. This is how I know all the teachers, all the elders. I know everybody. And even the elders that was pseudo, I knew they was pseudo back then, but I'm not going to come up in this community and start putting niggas on blast. You know what I'm saying? I'm more respectful, but I knew these niggas talking this crazy shit is pseudo. None of these niggas they talking about spirituality, right? Talking about, but none of them doing a land acknowledgement. What's a simple land acknowledgement? Just acknowledging the land you own. How many people do that? How many people go into a territory and say, let me look up and see whose people's land I'm on? And as you rolling, I don't care if you're just on the parkway rolling through. How many of y'all try to fucking just acknowledge whose land you own, even if you just look it up on your phone to see, oh, this was such and such county. And you look around and start imagining these people being out here back when they was, you know what I mean, 1,000 years ago, 500, 600 years ago. People don't even think like that. So I got people in Harlem talking all this culture, talking all this stuff, and they not even acknowledging that they on Lenape territory. You got people at the polo grounds where they literally play basketball right now, where the New York Giants used to play, where the Yankees used to play, right? But guess who else used to play there before that? That's where the Lenape ball games were. So all that shit that niggas be talking about with the Olmec ball game, they was doing the same thing up here in Harlem off the Mascoutin River, which is the Harlem River. And right where the polo grounds are now, where we still play sports and where people still focus from all around the world when somebody comes there, That's where Lenape was getting in. It's the same energy still popping right now. Does that mean that the people that are there now doing that are the Lenape? No. It just means the people in that space are still in that energy. See what I'm saying? Because a nigga like AP will try to turn that shit around and say, see, we still there. The Aboriginal Indigenous people built the polo grounds. That's what they're trying to say. Them buildings was already there. Those are Aboriginal Indigenous buildings. And they'll do some crazy spin off that shit. But we know the truth because we know our history. So I know when I'm at the polo grounds and the energy is crazy and everybody's cheering on the fucking basketball game, I know what energy that shit is tapping into. When I'm walking around Manhattan,
it's coming from. In fact, the source.
Yeah, I know the source. Yeah, I can show you videos of some of my people calling out the woodpecker by the name and the language that we called it, and that thing chirping right back, coming right back because they hear its ancient name.
That's dope. Yeah,
it don't seem like 200 years don't seem a long time. Yeah. It seemed like a long time to us, but you're talking about these animals the same way you tell your dog come here and that motherfucker react because you know his name. It was like that. See what I'm saying? They spoke the language you spoke just like your dog speak the language you speak. See what I'm saying? Not to where y'all can have a conversation, but they speak and they know it enough to be for you to communicate with them. See what I'm saying? It was same thing when you live and you live in nature. You always called out these animals' names. You know what I mean? Because we didn't look at animals like it's an animal. We looked at it like it's another person. See what I'm saying? So you would name them. So they would have names like they're people, not like, oh, that's a dog. See what I'm saying? No. It's going to be, we're going to look at them like it's a equal. See what I'm saying? It's a different way of looking at things when you start getting into indigenous culture, and none of these niggas even have the beginning of the sentiment of that. You know what I'm saying? They're nowhere close to it. They just got some shit they reading out of the fucking internet. And at this point, like, they done did enough damage. And all I could do is wait till motherfuckers wake up out that spell. But eventually, like, they're not gonna be able to, like, eventually, like I say, if a nigga say he going pro, after 5 years, like, nigga, these niggas ain't drafted you. You been out of college 5 years. You ain't made it to the pros yet. Like, I don't think you're gonna make it, bro. You, like, a nigga can't keep lying to you. First year out, you might be like, yeah, nigga, you still got a chance. Second year, you be like, yeah, keep working hard, nigga. By that fourth year, you're like, nigga, you're not making it. Ain't nobody coming for you. Get you a regular job. That's who these niggas are. These niggas is telling you they about to get a rap deal, and you keep waiting on these niggas to get a rap deal. They're never gonna get a rap deal, bro. And you're gonna waste 10 years supporting these niggas thinking they about to blow. I don't know. If you came up in the hood, I'm sure you heard this story a million times, right? And that's what these niggas is doing. They grifting off this shit. They doing the rap shit. These niggas want to buy a barbershop, all that shit. Oh, we're going to get a barbershop. All that fucking basic shit. They just doing it, you know what I mean, with this indigenous shit. But these niggas ain't about nothing. These niggas want to rap and they want to wear diamonds.
And it's the conversation like me and my people have, man, like the same exact conversation. That's why these niggas want to be kings and queens and gods and all this. When I tell people the knowledge that, like, just say my grandfather, great grandfather had, my grandfather, who was my dad's father, built his house by hand. The only thing he didn't do was the plumbing. He grew like 10 to 15 different crops, right? And you got to know how to heal the land. Like, you can't, like you were saying earlier with the wheat, you can't just put seed in the land and expect it to grow. That's why even in the scriptures, it tells you to subdue the land. But when you look up the definition of culture, you know, it means to be able to till the land, to have a symbiotic relationship with the land. Culture is land.
Yeah, remember, Jersey is the Garden State, bro. You take that serious.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. We the garden state, bro. They call me the gardener. I keep my hands in the dirt, bro. We stay connected.
I didn't know that. That's dope. I didn't know y'all. I've been to Jersey many times, man. From like the border towns of Caucus all through Jersey, man. Newark, East Orange, Linden. I've been all through
yeah, that's North Jersey. That's the city. That's the city areas. Huh?
Okay. I've been in the country too, though. I've been in the country parts of Jersey. It blew my mind, bro. Y'all got big plantation style mansions like down here in the countryside.
Yeah,
like outside city.
No, this is what y'all don't realize. Out here up north where I'm at, the same what y'all have in Louisiana with that mixture of all the different cultures. We got the same thing here. We just don't call ourselves Cajuns. We just don't call ourselves Creoles. But it's the same type of crazy mixture. We crab, we do all that shit. I don't, because I don't like that shit. But niggas crab out here, niggas do all that shit. Niggas be in the swamps. We got marshlands. Like, we got all these things, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a country aspect to Jersey life and culture. It just depends on where you at. And that should be right outside the city, bro. You could be right out the city and be like, damn, it's some country shit.
Facts.
But like, niggas be like, oh, all y'all big city. Nah, big city's the big city. Yeah. Yeah. When you drive trucks, you'll see that shit. You be like, damn, you see cows and everything in Jersey. What the fuck is going on? Niggas out here with big farms. Once you get above the Raritan River, that's when it turned into industrial. That's all north. That's the northeast. See, where I live, when I came up right on the water, right south of the city. So I grew up right at the borderline where that shit go from being heavy industrial city to like, if I drive 20 minutes south, that shit turn into country. If I drive 20 minutes north, that shit I'm in the city. See what I'm saying? I'm right at that's what the Raritan River wings. So yeah, we enjoy
me, bro. So in 21 and in 21, so I started driving like 2012, 2013. And you know, my first time actually in the city, because I always go to Jersey, but I never go to the city. I was super back then. I was scared. I didn't want to hit that G-Dub and hit the island. You know what I'm saying? Hit the city. But in 2015, I went to Queens for the first time, and I went to Long Island.
Yeah, Long Island.
And even in the city, I didn't realize it's industrious. Like I was seeing like what you said, a lot of mixture. I seen like what's those people? A lot of El Salvadorians. When I went there in that area where I was living. I've seen a lot.
Yeah,
but
bro.
The thing is, even within the city, like you said, it was industrious. It reminded me of oil field, like down here in the city. Then when I left that, I started going upstate, and it blew my mind, bro. Upstate New York and the city of New York is complete. It's like
Eastern Woodlands,
night
bro.
and day, bro. 180.
It's the Woodlands.
Man, it's facts.
It's the woods. The city just sit in the woods. It's the woods, bro.
Blew my mind, bro. Blew my mind.
There's something
all
you
the
got
trees,
you want me to
big
add?
Mountains. Yeah, go ahead.
There's something you want me to add?
Oh, yeah. This your boy. All right. So this your boy, his teacher. I just need like 2-3 minutes. Because I want you to listen, because you know Jersey and the Delaware area and all that. You know that way better than I do. I want you to listen for the fallacies, if you don't mind. I just need like 2-3 minutes.
Good.
This is boy's master teacher that never wanted to show his face. I know what he looked like. I got pictures of him and all that. But this is him. Hold on, give me a second, because my thing about to die. Give me 1 second.
New Jersey, New York, the regions, Delaware, and America.
Oh,
so we're just gonna blow it up like Congress, just a better version, and you get a little bit more intricate. And we could really zoom in now. We could really put some eyeballs on it. And we can see the cartoons. We can see this brother straight up. They're not the reservation, the Mongolian character Indians. True that?
That's a fact. Michael from Good Times.
And he don't look like a slave. Long with a smoking pipe, carrying some food right there. And then you got the guy, some animals and whatnot. Birds and whatnot in the etching. And these were done on copper plates first. So what they would do, they would etch these or scratch these in copper plates. And if you made one mistake, you have to toss the whole copper plate out, buff it out, and do it again. But they would etch it on copper plate and then apply the ink to the plate and then apply the paper to the ink in the plate. And then you could make
very intricate process.
Can you dig it? So the etchings that these came from. Show this guy in European dress and look at these brothers right here. Again, they do not look like Native Americans. They don't look like the people who really had the treaties, etc. The Aborigines. These are the Indians. These are our ancestors. And a lot of people want to take our place, and that's just wrong.
The Dutch man, and that's the slaves he brought with him.
These people, those Native Americans.
I don't know what he's talking about. You see the Dutch guy next to him? Yeah, he's the Dutch guy, and that's the slaves that they brought with them. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's not seeing.
Okay.
But we're not even going to get into that because really what this is carvings and engravings. It's not any type of empirical data or proof of anything except that somebody made some artwork. That's all he's proving is that somebody made artwork. Now, what I know about this, much of this artwork, these descriptions, right? Earlier, so like a fucking snake. Like, what the fuck is that? So that lets me know that's an idealized picture. So you got a snake and a chicken and all these things just sitting around. The snake ain't trying to fucking eat the chicken. You got all this shit just sitting there. And I'm supposed to take this serious as proof of something real. This is an idealized image. They have them all over New York. Look at the fucking snake. What the fuck is this? Some type of rabbit? Like, what the fuck is all this? So I take these images as serious as I take this fucking snake. You know what I'm saying? As serious as I take these big ass, look like fucking pea pods, wherever the fuck these things are behind the snake, right? These big ass leaves. They got rabbits here. But what we could do really is go into it and start breaking it down, what each symbol means. And this is going to be telling some type of Masonic story, right? But no way is this image accurate of what these people would have looked like. Because if that's the case, then when did these people pose for this? And when did this snake just pose for it? And when did these goddamn rabbits pose for it? See what I'm saying?
Right.
What this is some shit out of somebody's imagination that they're drawing out of what people are telling them they're seeing. Oh, I saw a beautiful snake as we were walking through the jungle. And then somebody drew all that in one stylized, idealized image and said, this is the Americas. And that's what all those pictures are. Now, the people that drew those pictures were not in the Americas, and they were imagining what the fuck they were reading. All right. On top of that, what you have is like, you know them pictures they say, oh, this is the emblem of America. And they got the black lady looking like fucking Wonder Woman and shit, looking like one of the Amazon bitches.
Right.
Why this bitch got sandals on? Which Native American tribe wore fucking sandals? Roman Greco sandals that wrap up around their goddamn calf. All that shit is all white shit. Even if you look at the feathers, they're like peacock feathers from Africa. They're not the feathers that the Indians here would be wearing. These niggas don't even know this shit. Do you know that the amount of feathers you wear in your head, the direction you wear it, all these things mean something? So the different tribes, this is how we know who is who, how you wear your regalia. All this is important, right? So we would know what's real and not what's fake, right? Ain't none of that shit real. You won't find no traditional Indians anywhere. The closest you're gonna come to that is the Madiwai Indians, and that is artwork. That's something that they create. That's a part of a culture. That's a blended culture that they created. You know what I'm saying? Those aren't actual, like, you wouldn't have found nobody running around in those outfits if it wasn't for a festival. See what I'm saying? Certain regalia that Eastern Woodland Indians would wear, that's a part of your everyday regalia. And if you're going to interact with people, yeah, you're going to bang a certain way, just like people do now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wear your chain and let motherfuckers know where you from. Got your sign and let a nigga know where you from. All that shit meant something. So all this stylized imagery that they're painting, that's all it is. It's nothing real. And the moment somebody goes to something like this, you know it's a wrap. They have no information. They have none. That's as desperate as it gets. This shit, yeah. The moment somebody shows you that painting,
some more.
That's as desperate as you can get. These niggas done pulled the coloring books out. Look at her Roman Greco sandals.
Facts. And Roman style. Facts.
That's a fucking Amazon, bro. Which is made up in their mind. Because the Amazon River is not even the real name of that river in South America. Remember, they'll tell you the Amazon, where the Amazons from. The Amazons are fucking from Africa. But you got the Amazon River in South America. Why? Because it's a fucking word in a different language that was applied to the river here. What does Amazon really mean and what's its language? That don't mean that there was Amazons here. That's just what they call that river. That's not what the indigenous people call that river. These are idealized images of fucking people that the white person who never left England, who's an artist, geeky motherfucker, created this imagery based on what these real people who went out and went and seen these people wrote, brought it back to them. That's all the shit is.
Right.
Even if they draw Indians that look like Negroes, even when they draw Indians that look like Negroes, it's because they got. So when they draw Indians that look like Negroes, 9 times out of 10 is because they're in Europe, and this is who's posing. See what I'm saying? So they'll be drawing the Negro, then they'll put the description of the Indian stuff on them. That's how you get all these people who they trying to pass off as these black ass Indians, and they're trying to tell you, oh, these are the real. This is Chief Powhatan. So that shit is not what the fuck they saying. That shit is some shit that come from Europe. Like, that's not no shit. That's not, and even if it is, like, that's not no shit no Powhatan made. See what I'm saying? That's an idealized image that these Europeans keep giving y'all. Even the statue of Chief Tammany that's in Pennsylvania. People want, the Moors try to use that statue and say, look, he got a fez on. First of all, the white man that made that statue made it like 200 years after Chief Tammany died. And the hat he put on his head, all that shit is stylized. How do you know it's stylized? Because the nigga got an eagle on his shoulder and he's standing on a turtle. I don't think there's a man that's ever walked the planet that stood on top of a turtle with an eagle on his shoulder. I don't think that's ever happened. See what I'm saying? Like, when is that ever going to happen in real life? The same time this big ass snake is going to be posing for a picture. These are symbolic renditions that are meant to convey a message beyond this man standing here. You know what I'm saying? So they have Chief Tammany with what looks like a fez on, but really that's a liberty cap, right? And that ties into the Sons of Liberty, right? Which are organizations that grew out Tammany Hall. This is all the birth of Masonry. It's the birth of American Masonry, which is based off indigenous cultural rights, some of which trickle down to organizations like the Boy Scouts. And now they got your little kid teaching him how to make fire. That's a part of learning how to live off this land. So that's how you become an American, learning how these people lived. And then you got the right to call yourself an American. That don't make us Americans. That make us whatever people we were. And these people that learned from us became the first Americans, became the Native Americans, because it just means born in a place. My people existed before y'all called this place America. So why would I say I'm a Native American?
Right.
That's your title. All those is your titles. Aboriginal, indigenous. We had something before those words was ever uttered, and I'm sticking to that. Y'all niggas can pick up all this new shit if you want, and this is why you're getting the backlash you're getting. Because even when we use those terms, we use them in the term of aboriginal nation, right? Meaning the nation is aboriginal, right? So there's a difference. New York was established, right, in fucking 1665. So New York is way older than all the people that currently live in New York right now. See what I'm saying? But you're still a New Yorker the same way a motherfucker that lived here 200 years ago was a New Yorker. The point I'm making is this nation or this city is what was created here. New York City didn't exist anywhere in the world. It was created here by a group of people. See what I'm saying? So that makes it origins here. You understand what I'm saying? That don't mean that the people that created New York are from here. You can trace their history other places. So when I say Aboriginal indigenous nations, we're talking about nations that formed and solidified as themselves in a certain place. That's what makes the nation Aboriginal. It don't mean these people grew from this fucking land. It means these people became a nation at this point on this land. The nation's Aboriginal. The people are from wherever the fuck they from. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we all go back to a certain original person that came from a, certain location, whether niggas want to argue with it or not. But beyond that, niggas still migrated to where they migrated. I don't give a fuck if you just moved fucking down the block. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole bunch of shit. If people understand agriculture, ain't no nation gonna stay in one place for fucking 10,000 years. The ground can't sustain that. Any farmer knows that.
Facts, bro. They don't know about like slash and burn techniques. You know,
No,
like
they don't.
Don't know about none of that.
And that's all controlled burn. That's why them shits burnt up out there in Canada, because they ain't letting the Indians do what they're supposed to do. And the Indians know to do controlled burns of lands that are going to be more suspect to fucking catching fire. You know, we knew what to do. So this shit didn't happen. This is where the mythology of the Jersey Devil come from. It come from these sudden fires happening along the pine regions, which is the forest regions, right inland. So these white people will just see whole forests go up on fire, and they be like, what the fuck? And they be scared as fuck. So they created a mythology called the New Jersey Devil. You know what I'm saying? They ain't know that it was the Indians doing controlled burns of the fucking land. So now you got a hockey team called the New Jersey Devil.
That's crazy. That's some crazy history right there, man. That's crazy. Okay. I mean,
now
we got
now watch this shit watch this shit fall out these niggas' mouths, and they gonna have it all fucked
up. Yeah, you know they listening. But look, just real quick. It's nothing but sugarcane fields all around my area. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of different crops, but the main crop is sugarcane. That's what they do. After they have a harvest, they burn the field.
Yeah, they burn the field because it sets it for the next season, makes the ground more fertile, so you can extend your time in that place. The reason why the Mayans left the Anunnaki Valley, the reason why they left is because they was suffering from famine.
Okay.
So the Aztecs were able to come in there and be successful. Why? Because they had a technology that had to deal with the water. That's why they went and built their shit. They built this advanced technology of hydro, whatever the fuck it's called. That's why they were able to establish their kingdom for another 14 kings, because they came with a new technology into the area. And when you study the Aztecs, you're going to find out what the fuck they did in terms of botany and hydroponic and all that shit. But that's why they were able to come into the area and do what they did, because the area was already in famine. And that's why the Mayans had left the area. You know what I mean? The Olmecs had left long before because they knew it was coming. They had been there the longest. So it's like,
it makes a lot of sense.
It's the same way animals know how to leave an area because a storm coming. The only animal that was in Louisiana was the ones that was domesticated and chained to the fucking wall. Any other animal was gone. Yep. They was out. They was out long before because they in tune with nature.
Nature, facts. And that's why it's dope with what you said earlier about observation. Now we could talk about it. I'm not in the chat no more. That's why I hate when this dude talks about primitive. When he talks about African culture being primitive, bruh, like you said, primitive just it means back to prime, which means first. But he tries to slander people by saying that, you know, they didn't have advancement. Bruh, everybody starts at a baseline, meaning everybody has to have an observational period. You don't just, you know, come from planet Riz and the Anunnaki and start building pyramids and all that. That's what he teaches, though. This dude's an idiot.
Nigga, he's an idiot. And this, like, he's such an idiot. This is the thing about him, right? He not even teaching that Anunnaki shit. I know that shit too. That shit come out of certain mythologies. Like the Indians got the same Star Nation mythology, but I know all that Zachariah Stitch and shit. See,
right?
All these niggas got it from that white boy. You know what I'm saying? So I read all that nigga's books before the other nigga got a hold of it. So when that nigga shifted to the Planet Riz shit, I'm like, this is Zachariah Stitching shit. Y'all niggas, y'all never even heard of Zachariah Stitching. So I knew the whole time this nigga was fronting. You know what I mean? But it was interesting because he put black faces on it. Like, okay, that's cool. But I knew where he got the information from. And not only that, I read this book called The Gods of Eden, which predate Zachariah Stitching's books. And that's even an even better book that lay all that shit out. Right. And it called motherfuckers custodians. It's dope, but it laid the whole premise out even better than Zachariah Stitching. Zachariah Stitching just broke the story up into 12 different books, right? But it's all the Sumerian tales. It's all dealing with the Epic of Gilgamesh, all that shit, right? But what these niggas ain't teaching about that whole story is these niggas is talking about they the Anunnaki. You black niggas would have been the Agigi. When I say black niggas, I mean all of us. They don't teach who are the Agigi. The Agigi were the workers who were on Mars. This is why I tell this nigga, nah, I got Mars for you. The Anunnaki were the higher motherfuckers who ran the experiments. They were the people in charge, right? The people that will be equivalent to the motherfuckers that we are would have been the Agigi niggas who was doing all the work. See what I'm saying? They don't even know the story. And that is the story.
Right.
This is the story that talks about. Nah, they wasn't the ones being colonized. They was just like the workers of the society. They was like
what I'm saying is, that's what I'm saying. I mean, so I'll say attempt, like for lack of words, because when you look at Inky and then Lil, you know, I can't remember which one, but one of them was trying to help.
Yeah.
That's what.
And Lil was trying to help, but they colonizers. He was just trying to develop, and he was just more personable with his creation because he created them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they still was creating them to serve a purpose.
To serve a purpose, right? Exactly.
Yeah. At the end of the day, so he loved his creation, whereas Enlil was like, get these niggas to work. See what I'm saying? But beyond all that, the motherfuckers who was processing the gold on Mars are the people called the Agigi. And they're the regular people. They're the niggas that put on the orange reflector jacket, and go to work. You understand? They're those niggas, just the regular people that we get it. That's who they are. These niggas is having fantasies of being the Anunnaki. Yeah, because you know what I'm talking about.
I'm laughing. Hold on. You about to see why I'm laughing. You said reflective jacket. It triggered my thought to safety vest. You about to see what I mean in a second.
I'm saying that because I've seen the video.
Your boy want to make it seem like he riding in Bentleys, and you know what I'm saying? Oh, you seen it? Okay, good. You see it?
I seen the video. Good. That's why I made the reference.
I ain't even got to show it.
Yeah, because he's literally in a position of being a worker, of being a slave. You saying Slavs when we're all in a position of being slaves now. We go to work. We don't work for our nation. We all in the same position of being a slave. It's just now we corporate slaves of a system, not of a owner that could have a bad day and decide he's gonna beat the shit out of you. See what I'm saying? Now we work for corporations that if they decide they could just fire you. But these niggas would have been the Igigi, and those is the niggas that was trapped on Mars, ain't have no women. So they're the ones that came to Earth and took wives, right? So the Bible called them the giants, and they came here and came down, and the angels came and they intermarried and they took the women and made giants and all that shit. And these are the giants that niggas had to end up killing and wiping off the earth. That's who these niggas are, bro. They're not the Anunnaki. They them niggas that the Anunnaki couldn't control because them niggas can't control themselves. Came down here and made an even bigger mess of things.
That's
See,
crazy.
these niggas,
real quick, bro.
Yeah.
That God's Eden. Is it by? Because there's two versions. Is it
Alfred
by
Brimley?
William
Alfred Brimley.
Yeah, William Bramley. Yeah, William
Bramley.
William Bramley.
Now I'm not.
And then you got
I'm not saying that shit is true. I'm saying that it's a good read.
No. Yeah, I'm a good. Yeah, I'm gonna go read it because I've read some.
If you want to get your
books,
hands,
so I didn't know that.
Yeah. That book better.
It's Gods of Eden by Andrew Collins. The Egyptians are the Egypt's lost legacy and the genesis of civilization. It's not that
William Brimley.
It's the one by William Bramley. I got it.
Him.
I got it.
Got like a garden, got a UFO and a garden on it, right?
Yeah, it's a garden.
Yeah.
Look,
that's a good book.
It's right here. Look, if you see it, that's it right here.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good book that break down all that Anunnaki alien shit, and it give you a better understanding of it from a perspective of if it did happen, it happened as a technological thing, and it helps you understand it from that perspective.
No, that makes a lot of sense. No, I'm going to get that. Like, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was something that predated us books. So now I'm definitely gonna get that.
And if it don't predate it, it's just a better. It's just a better. I thought it was better. Yeah, it's just more like okay. It's like it's less exploitive. Put it that way. You know what I mean? But I read that shit probably 25 years ago, bro. You know what I mean? But for people who want to have that conversation, that's a good book to read, along with the 12 planets. I wouldn't read Dr. York shit. I would just read Zachariah Stitchin. I mean, but you should definitely read this if you want to deal with it though. You got to start with the Sumerian tablets and with the Enum Elish and stuff like that. You got to read that shit too.
Right.
That shit talk about how the planets and the universe was created. I thought that was good information. And talk about how the sun created all the planets. Well, like if you read the Sumerian, well, these are like ancient.
Oh yeah. Just like
things.
the
Sumerian tablets, and the epic of
text,
epic of the Sumerian epic of creation. No, not the emerald. I don't know about the emerald tablets. I heard the emerald tablets wasn't. I don't know, but I'm talking about like. I thought the shit was good, but also it parallels with what is taught in native culture, and it parallels what's taught amongst the Zulu.
For
You know
sure.
what I'm saying?
Well, like to
But
like just to add, like with the emerald tablets, if I remember correctly, you're dealing with Thoth. Like that's where you get the introduction of Thoth.
Yeah, but people try to turn that into Thoth being from America and all that shit.
Right,
and
right. It gets pseudo real fast. Right.
Yeah, when I talk to people who really study that, they say that's not a real. The emerald tablets ain't real. It's not a real Kemetic thing. But I don't really speak for that because that's not my. I don't
right. That's
like
not
to speak
my
for shit that I ain't. You know what I mean?
I feel it.
But I got any of y'all like it's a dope dude to follow. His name is Ram Omar. Dope. He's a dope designer. But not only does he design, but he tells the stories, right? He speaks the meta, like he's official. Anybody who ever wants to learn anything or follow somebody who's really a part of expressing a culture and teaching it, he's on an international level. He has clients like famous celebrities. Just look him up. Ram Omar, New York. Dope artist. Dope clothing is real high end. It's not like no street shit, but he's somebody that when I want to learn about Kemetic shit, I talk to him. I talk to my boy Clico, right? These are the people that I lean on and I trust. And you know what I'm saying? A lot of things that I hear these people say, I wouldn't even bring to them because it would kind of be insulting to say, yo, Clico, was Egypt in Grand Canyon? Because if it was, they'd have been sat with me and said, yo, bro, you know what I mean? Because these niggas speak the Medunetta, they study it, they can break everything down. You know what I mean? People be talking about Egypt was in America, but every pharaoh wrote down everything he ever did. Left cartouches, you know what I mean? So where are the pharaoh? Where's Egypt's evidence that these people came to the Americas? See what I'm saying? These people documented everything. That's why I don't trust the emerald tablets, because that's what they try to use, how to connect it with Atlantis and shit. And I think most of that stuff is metaphysical. You know what I mean? Most of that understanding is metaphysical. I even think the alien shit is metaphysical.
I feel it, bro. Hey, look, bro. I'm not gonna hold you up. Man, it was dope talking to you. And I appreciate you, giving me the space to talk as men, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I appreciate you coming up here and being respectful and allowing us to have a conversation that hopefully can move forward, and also set example for other people who may have had some type of interactions with you. They can see that you can have a respectful conversation and possibly revisit whatever bridges you might have burnt.
Yeah, like, bro, look, like I said, man, one thing about it, let me just say this before I go. Just like you stated, the apology isn't necessarily for you. It's for me, for a couple things. To humble the ego, humble myself, but also, if I put negativity into the universe, that's my way of balancing that out. That's my personal thing. So I appreciate you recognizing that and overstanding that, because it is towards you too. Don't get it twisted. If you accept it, whether somebody accepts my apology or not, I made the offer.
I accept your apology. No, I accept your apology full heart. I just want you to know that for even times when people don't understand, that's you letting that burden go and admitting and allowing yourself to grow. It's not all the times are people going to accept your apology. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean you ain't got you can't win for that from that. You let it go now. I apologize to you. You want to carry that shit? You can carry that shit. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Boom, boom, boom. And I got other shit to deal with. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Yeah, just
for sure.
Don't let nobody hold you hostage to who you used to be.
Nah, exactly, bro. And that's what people love to do. You've grown, you've moved past. I don't hold grudges. I don't forget, but I don't hold grudges. You know what I'm saying? Once I've locked in, shake your hand, salute you, we move on. There's people, that knew me 5-6 years ago that want to hold me to the rap that I was 5-6 years ago versus who I am today. They don't want to see you grow. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that you recognize that. like that's what I say, man. It's one thing hearing about you versus having a conversation with you. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate the conversation because 9 times out of 10, I'm not 100%, but 9 times out of 10, I don't care what the person says about whoever. I want to deal with the person, and I want to get my own perspective of who they are, and then I can make my assessment.
Mm-hmm. That's peace.
So I'll be.
Let me tell you, yeah, bro. It's open door for you. You know, everything peace over here.
It.
No problem. All right.
I appreciate that, Turtlegang. Look, man, I shared the video, and what I'll do, like I said, get on TikTok, bro. You get on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, I'm there. I'm over there. I got my channel, my shit. You know, I can go live and all that. I'm good over there. I just haven't been. You know what I mean? We've been handling other things, but we getting back into this media thing now. You know what I'm saying?
I want to say this real quick. You dictate the conversation, right? So when Deep Calico came up here, you know, you don't have to let people up. Just like how you doing now, you can teach. They can say whatever they want in the chat. Cause like I'm listening to you. You're very witty, bro. Like you're a witty individual. Like I love people that's witty. That's hilarious to me because it shows intellect that you can take analogies and teach through an analogy while assessing whatever it is that you're breaking down. That's intellect. That's how I do it to a degree. So I'm not telling you what to do, but you know, that's something you can, that's an option that you can have. It's just, you know, one mic.
Yeah.
You know, one mic. Because you got a lot of information, bro. And I know what you mean. When people like, you done got all your talking points, and somebody brand new to the conversation, like, well, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh man, now I gotta go back and no, you don't. It's on the individual to catch up, you know, and that's something that I'm learning too. You don't have to hold people's hands. I get it. I don't mind going out of my way, you know, like offline, I do it all the time. I don't mind going out of my way for certain people. But when I'm on a public platform, man, that's why there's a rewind button. You can rewind. You can go back and catch up. Yeah, man. So salute to your chat, bro. Salute to you. Salute to your chat. Salute to all those that caught this on the live and that's gonna catch this on the playback, man. It's your boy Real Rap, man. You know, peace, bro. You know, that's why I say free real information and free real rap. Because that's what we need, man. We need that real information, man. With peace to you, my brother.
And then peace to the brother. Peace to you, bro. Peace to free real information with real rap. All right, so that was a great conversation. Appreciate you, brother. Nishi Nimat. Thank you, my brother. Yeah, so we can have this conversation one at a time with everybody if it could go in a manner where we feel like we you know, entered a common arena, common space where we got respect for each other. I feel like we're there now. So this brother's welcome to the platform anytime he want. Speak about whatever topics, anything you want to ask about, we here. And yeah, we just gonna keep moving through this. And any one of these brothers that really think they got an issue with me, and yeah, I know I be calling you all types of stupid off the shit you say. But if you really want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. I put all that shit to rest. You know what I'm saying? My apologies to Real Rap. But if I ever said some dumb shit about you, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna hold you accountable for who you used to be. I'm not gonna, you know, hold you stagnant. So we're just gonna move forward, man. So anybody else who I'm about to get up out of here now, definitely. But you know, spread the word, let people know we're here to have a conversation. Anything these weird people is telling y'all, if you want some type of clarity on it, feel free to ask. We're gonna be truthful with you. If we don't know, we're gonna tell you we don't know. Sister came on here earlier asking if I knew anything about the Tuscarora, North Carolina. I said, well, I know a chief that's a Tuscarora from North Carolina. So what I'm going to do is set you up and let you talk to him directly, because he's most qualified to speak on that. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to reach out to the chief at some point shortly, and hopefully she's paying attention. And when we do the show, she can call in and create a relationship and a friendship and begin to walk that road, hopefully with some guidance from the chief. You know what I mean? Not that he's gonna hold your hand, but he definitely be able to give you some information that you're looking for. He's the most qualified. So I know with the organization I'm in, when I say that, I'm saying FANA, Federation of Aboriginal Nations of the Americas, right? I know my tribe, like, we connected with people all over. You know what I'm saying? And we'd love to be able to help people, but you gotta be in the right spirit, because it's like bringing bad energy to somebody's door. You know what I'm saying? So we open for the conversation. We definitely want to build, but let's deal with some integrity. Let's deal with some open-mindedness. And remember, like, we should be telling our stories. Whenever I hear real rap now, he talking about his story. And that's dope. That's what you're supposed to do. That's where you're supposed to start. And the more he talk about his story, the more his ancestors going to reveal to him. And then what starts with one narrative going to turn into a whole nother narrative. It's going to turn into a whole bunch of things, and he's going to have his whole story. And he's going to be one of these people that can go around here and say, oh, calm down. I hit him with the Kobe. Oh, I got y'all. Now I'm going to show you how this shit really happened. I'm going to take you back to here. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to show you this. Who the living proof? What's the proof? I'm the proof. I'm showing you a direct lineage to that. I'm going to show you where these places happen. Now you can check the history book. You can see the confirmation of these things. Yeah, that's what we're going through. So I'm going to give you an example of a real family story, so you don't got to speculate no more. And the more people that are able to teach their story, the more people are going to now lean on what's known as opposed to what's speculated upon. Now, when we get there, then we all start putting these pieces of the puzzle together. Now we got it sewn up. See, that's why, like, what I'm doing, what Turtlegang has done in Jersey, has allowed me to connect with different families. Not only families that are my direct lineage, but families that are connected to my family, right? So now it's like we creating a web all across Jersey. So even people that live here, right, that might not be from these particular lines, I could sit with their elders and speak to them, and they'll tell me their history, and 9 times out of 10 we can find a place where these histories where they overlapped. You know what I mean? Because we're actually building a network, and this network is really a network that exists within the Eastern Woodlands because it's predicated on families knowing each other and sharing experiences and information. That's why I say it's hard for people to really come up into a certain region and start talking about general people, right? You can't really talk about the Cuffees because there's too many Cuffee descendants around. And some of them might not know the information, but there's going to be enough of them that do that could counter the shit you're saying. So why are you just bringing up these names because you're trying to prove a point, not taking into consideration they have living, breathing relatives that still exist? Now you think somebody hating on you. Now you got to make it personal because unknowingly you already made it personal by misrepresenting people's families. Peace, Skittles. So yeah, this is why it's important to learn your information, speak on your information, and if your information overlaps with other nations or other families, okay, it's your information, but now coordinate that information with that other family. You might learn something. And then what's that going to do? It's going to fucking unite all of us because we're going to have common intersections that there's no way we can't have because we all exist in this space. So I'm finding connections with large groups in Virginia, in the Carolinas, right? That's what that DNA do. That DNA start connecting you with groups that you didn't even know you was connected to. Like, oh shit. That's another conversation. Niggas are spooked to death. They spook because they don't know what makes you part of a family. We ain't talking about a group, a haplogroup. That's not your family. Like, what's your haplogroup? What? Nigga, ask me who my family is. Don't ask me what my fucking haplogroup is. Is that a family? Do haplogroups got a history? And how far back do the haplogroups' history diverge? When was it just one haplogroup of motherfuckers and they all did the same goddamn thing? Don't tell me I'm a family. Like, nah, nigga. Ask me about my family and my family's history. Well, that haplogroup shit, I don't know what that means. My grandmother never heard of that shit, so she couldn't have told me about it. Our tribe ain't document haplogroups in the 1930s. We ain't got no tribal lists that list haplogroups and shit. We ain't got no family lists. The list we sent to the doctor. Hold on, let me show y'all something. And then I'm gonna get out of here after this. Yeah, it's gonna be my last little offering for today. Find this article. So I've talked about this before. I've talked about this before to give example of another place to look for your records. All right, so here we go. New Jersey, Monmouth County. See, look, once again, right boom, back in Monmouth County. Interview with James W. Parker Jr. All right. So, date of interview, June 23rd, 2000. Name of interview, June. In the West are rocks as well. Premises, 179 Shrewsbury Avenue, Red Bank, New Jersey. Subject, birth date of subject, 1919. Mr. West, Dr. Parker Jr. is a practicing physician in Red Bank. Hello, Dr. Parker. Hello. Okay. Would you just give us your name, doctor, and tell us something about yourself? My name is Dr. James W. Parker. I was born in Red Bank, New Jersey, at my present residence, 175 Shrewsbury Avenue in Red Bank in 1919. My parents were Dr. James W. Parker Sr. and my mother was Mary Parker. They met at Howard University in 1917. Okay. So it says Howard University is a university in Washington, D.C. My father graduated from Howard University in 1911, received a BA degree, and my mother went to Howard University, actually Howard Normal, because in those days, women went to normal school, rather than the university. They met and were married in 1918. My father came to Red Bank in 1919, and he had worked on the boats that came from New York to Red Bank, and hereby became acquainted with the town of Red Bank, and he opened the office in 1919. All right. So he goes on to talk about, say he worked on the boats. Was this during the summertime when he was in college? Right. And he came to Red Bank at the time of the flu epidemics, which was the swine flu epidemic, which in those days many people died of. So, all right, yeah, this is important. At time when I was a youngster in Red Bank, the west side of Red Bank was a mixed community comprised of Italians, Jewish people, Polish people, and we had a beautiful community at that time. There were very few blacks in Red Bank. And so all the playmates were of mixed ethnic backgrounds. I remember that during my school years, we had beautiful teachers. All of my teachers, however, were white. I had no sister. I had a sister who was 13 months younger than I. I can remember that the worst thing that could have happened to me was to fail, because of those days, if you didn't do your work, you were left back. I finished River Street Grammar School and went to Red Bank High School on Harney Road. I went to River Street as well. River Street is actually on the Navasant. Is it the Navasant? No, it's not the Navasant. Is it the Navasant? It might be on the Navasant. All right, so let me go to the important stuff. So it's a basic interview where they're asking him, and then they get, so this is something else. She asked him, who's Count Basie? Count Basie was the band leader who left Red Bank and went to Kansas City and had one of the most famous bands in the land. He was born here on Mechanic Street in Red Bank. Mechanic Street is where they found one of the largest deposits of wampum shells and a burial site right on Mechanic Street. One of my mother's boyfriends used to live on Mechanic Street. She'd be on Mechanic all the time. His aunt was my babysitter when I was a youngster. My father was born in Aiken, South Carolina in 1888. Stafford Parker was born in slavery. He married an ex-slave named Josephine James, and they moved to Jacksonville, Florida. My father had two brothers. One became a dentist in Englewood, New Jersey, and the other became a pharmacist in Hampton, Virginia. My uncle in Hampton, Virginia was a track star. He graduated from Columbia University. All right, so keep going further down, and so it says, were there any people in Monmouth County who had any particular influence in your life? My father had the most influence in my life, and there were quite a few people too. Older people in Red Bank influenced me. So we start to talk about that, and then we're going to get into get into it. All right, so it said my father had the most influence in, all right. So it goes, were you able to admit patients to Monmouth Medical Center? No, at that time, not before. There was not a black doctor on staff of Monmouth Medical Center or Riverview Hospital. At that time, Riverview Hospital was a little house. Now, I can remember there was a doctor by the name of Dr. Hazard who had a small hospital on Washington Street in Long Branch, and that's where black women had their babies. Well, if a black person had an illness that warranted hospitalization, where did it go? You treated them mostly at home. If they went to a hospital, you had to refer them to a white doctor. So keep going, and just remember all that in terms of what happens with a doctor. All right, so this is worth reading. Is there any location here in Monmouth County that has any personal significance to you? In what way? Something that has meaning to you. I can remember things that I would rather forget about Monmouth County, if that's what you want to hear. Anything you'd like to say? When I was a student in grammar school in Red Bank, I can remember the students in Fairhaven, which is only a mile or two from Red Bank, were going to a one-room segregated school in Fairhaven. From the kindergarten to the 8th grade, and were taught by two teachers. One teacher was Nancy Fields. The other's name was Horace Booker, and I hold them in high regard. Right? So there's a book that's about to come out that's going to deal with what happened there. Because they taught those youngsters in Fairhaven as well as any student could be taught, and prepared them to come to Red Bank High School. When they graduated from the 9th grade in Fairhaven, I have fond memories of Miss Field, Mahalia Fields, who did the same thing in Reevytown. This is where it gets interesting. So first of all, Mahalia Fields is a teacher in the area, and she taught at the black schools, at the colored schools. Fairhaven was a site of a freedman town and a Lenape village. So the people there were also freedmen and descendants of the people of Reeve Town. That's why you had Reeves in Fairhaven. They're the descendants of Reeve Town. So you have different descendants of the Lenape in Fairhaven amongst the freedmen. And that's what Fairhaven, it was a freedman town, right? But it piggybacks off of Pine Brook and Reeve Town. So I'm about to take you through it. Anyway, Miss Fields, one of the schools I went to was Atchison School, and it was named after her. It's really called Mahalia F. Atchison, but she married a man, Atchison, so it's called Mahalia F. Atchison School. So Mahalia Fields, who did the same thing in Reeve Town. So she was a teacher in Fairhaven and in Reeve Town. She taught all the youngsters who lived in Reeve Town and Pine Brook, one school. So all the youngsters from Reeve Town and Pine Brook went to one school, and she taught them. So now the interview says, what is Reeve Town, or where is it? It's a country town out between Eatontown and Asbury Park, west of Asbury Park and west of Eatontown, out in the country. You might not know this, but Pine Brook was an underground railroad station. Pine Brook was founded by escaped slaves who intermingled with the Sandhill Indians and with the families that I grew up with and descendants of whom I still treat. Dr. Parker was my doctor. This was my doctor till I left Red Bank. Those are the people Mahalia taught. Mahalia Fields subsequently married a Reverend Atchison, and there's a beautiful school on Sycamore Avenue in Tinton Falls named after Mahalia Atchison. So they're talking about my ancestors who lived out in the country town outside of Red Bank. But many of us were starting to move into Red Bank. So how did Reeve Town get its name? From a family of Reeves. Was the family connected to the Underground Railroad? Part of it. They settled out there, and the large family of Reeves are scattered all over Monmouth County at the present time. There are Reeves in Fairhaven, Reeves in Eatontown, the Richardsons, the McGuires, the Dalhomas, the Berries, and all of these people were descendants of escaped slaves. The church in Reeve Town was started by the people who lived out there, and it was first called, in fact, Reeve Town. Pine Brook was called originally Macedonia, and Macedonia AME Zion Church was established. But interestingly, before it was established, they used to have preachers come out by horseback on Sundays to preach to the residents out there. And I had the original log of that church. It was given to me by a man by the name of Peter Rock. Now, the Rocks were settled about in that area. Mr. Rock was the first black printer in Monmouth County. He was the son of old man Peter Rock, who was the son of a slave. They're talking about Abraham. And he was the first printer right up here on West Bergen Place here in Red Bank. So they just gave you the history of Reeve Town and Pine Brook, which is really all the same place. And all the land initially was owned by Peter Rock. And that's the same land that my family is now in court with, fighting this case with the borough of Tinton Falls. All right. So it says the first printer, the first black printer, the first black printer here in Monmouth County. And his son was the one who gave me this log. So that's what I was getting to. Peter Rock brought the log into town to the doctor because many of us from Reeve Town were now moving into this town or the city. And because of the rules set up with segregation and things of that nature, you had to have your own doctor. So these are some of the things that were happening. But the point I'm trying to make is this log, right, is a town census of all the people that lived out there. And we were doing these things before we were encountering Europeans, before we had to be taught to do it by Europeans. These were things that we did on our own because we had to control our own communities. Right? So it says, and his son was the one who gave me this log. I can't remember who I gave it to, but I haven't gotten it back. I have the log. We have the log. It's very interesting. It had the names of the parishioners of the church. And it's interesting to me because it gives origins of the families I've treated for 50 years. And I can show them where their lineage is. That was interesting. Now you asked me some of the interesting things that I did when I was a kid. So he's saying I can show them where their lineages is. You understand? They're talking about where our Lenape lineages go back to. So that's it. I think I've said enough. I've probably said too fucking much. But that's what it is. We hit a bell. And I'm about to take it down for a minute. But yeah, all that shit these people can do, all they can do is slander my name. They can't get into it like this. They can't show you themselves attached to the history. So all they can do is slander us and talk down on us. But they know at the end of the day who we are. They can't get around it. It is what it is. We always gonna have a seat at the table, whether you slander us or not. So yeah, I'm out. I'm gonna go see what's going on in these other channels.